that proposal. Also, letter O is a suspension for employee 590, and the items for that are in your packet.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions? Alderman Bledsoe.
Mayor, why in the world? We keep saying don't add stuff to the agenda after the timeline.
That's right.
And it should have been, if it's, if something drastic, put on the next board meeting. Most of this stuff looks pretty thing, but seemed like they should get it in on time if they want it done. And you've said it.
I've said it, and the board have said it, and I don't mind repeating it again. And I think everybody will understand now just how the board feels and I feel about please get your items for the agenda in by the cutoff date. Now, I realize letter O, there was nothing can be done about that. That just happened.
Well, I can understand that, but I can't understand, keep adding stuff. We keep saying, don't do it, and they keep doing it. So I'm tired of beating my gums. Something needs to be done about it.
I hope that the staff is listening, and I hope the department heads are listening. We've said it time and time again, get it in by the cutoff date. Don't add anything else. Thank you for bringing that up, Alderman. Anyone else have any comments? Alderman Dupree.
In regards to that, I will not be voting on anything that's after the cutoff date. I will abstain myself. I have reserve on things just being brought up and hit us in the face. I don't like that.
Anyone else? All right. On the consent agenda, do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, but I would like to move items D, item E, and item O to executive session, please. D, E, and O.
All right, we have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Any discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
where are we going to have executive session?
On the patio.
We're going to be standing somewhere.
No, it'll be in here.
Be in here?
Yes.
I don't think all those need to be moved, but that's okay. That's just really useless to do that. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but okay.
All right. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Alderman the motion carries 5 in favor, 1 nay. Was that a nay?
Nay, yes.
Nay. 5 in favor, 1 nay, and 1 absent. Alderman Geis is on his way back from his job trip, and he's hoping to get here in time, but I don't think he's going to make it. All right, the next item is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
You mean the claims docket?
Pardon?
Claims docket.
Wait, hold on just a minute. I got so many papers up here. All right, the next motion is the claims docket, number 3. Do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Johnson.
Go ahead, Matt, go ahead.
I'd like for us to accept the claims docket with a general fund at $490,719.15. Bond cap project expense is 0. Library fund, $3,393.53. Economic development fund, $24,780.80. Utility fund at $146,972.11, making for the total docket of $665,865.59.
We have a motion by Alderman Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Klein. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Nay.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 nay, and 1 absent. All right, special guest and presentations. Mr. Ed Flynn. Mr. Flynn? All right, Mr. Flynn is not here. All right, Ms. Winston with the Healthy Life Global. Hello, Ms. Winston. How are you? Good. Thank you for coming before the board, ma'am.
Hers might not have a base. Do you have a base on your? No, she might not have it.
Hey, Daniel, could you get this mic working for her? Please, thank you.
Think we have something here.
All right.
Awesome. My name is Nikhil Winston. I'm the founder, president, and CEO of Healthy Life Global. I am a resident of DeSoto County, a business owner. I have children that attend school here. My husband is a football coach and teacher at South Haven High School. And so I love impacting my community through the youth and development services. Our first program started here at Horn Lake Middle School 16 years ago. So we're excited about that. Since that time, our nonprofit has grown and created various programs through leadership development, cultural education, health, and sport enrichment. We've impacted thousands of children, developing and supporting future leaders through our ambassadors program for high school students, our shoestring initiative, which focus on kids being active, physically active. So they're lacing them up and being active through our shoestring initiative. A Healthy Life Global internship programs with our partnering universities, offering college students an opportunity to apply transferable skills. Our vision is to become better engaged with our city officials throughout DeSoto County to better express the needs of our local community's youth. Bridging these gaps is essential to the continued growth and success of the city of Horn Lake and all the connecting cities throughout DeSoto County. Immediate ways to support our program and our efforts is through our Equipping Future Leaders benefit schedule for September the 30th. 6 to 9 o'clock, we'll be at Colonial Hills Church, which is also one of our partnering organizations or partnering community partners. We also like volunteers, so there's expertise of yourselves to be involved with these high school students, again, at our partnering location, which is at Colonial Hills, where we have our ambassador sessions located, donation of supplies as well. So we look forward to future ways to partner with the city and with the community of Horn Lake. I appreciate this opportunity to introduce Healthy Life Global to you all, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for coming tonight. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Winston?
Mayor.
Alderman Johnson.
Ms. Winston, thank you for coming before us with this initiative and idea. We're always looking for healthy ways to assist our citizens. What are some ways to be involved with you all? What are volunteer events like?
Okay, currently we have open enrollment for our ambassadors program. Our ambassadors program, we house monthly sessions. Through these monthly sessions, students are able to engage with community leaders, They're exposed to various ways of personal and development through social media, finance development, different ways. So various expertise of business owners are able to come in and speak with them. We have monthly volunteer sessions. We partner with other nonprofits in their effort, and we just take the students to be able to use our hands and the youthfulness of our group to do whatever that is their mission. And we also, we were able to take them down to Fort Worth, again, with the support of Colonial Hills Church. We were able to take them down for the tornado community. We were able to do that as well. So any way that you can offer your expertise, partnership with local businesses as well. We are a nonprofit organization, so there are no ambassador fees, but we do incur expenses. We do like to feed them, things of that nature, so you can support that way financially as well.
Okay, I have two other questions, Mayor, if that's allowed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How many students do you have and how are they chosen?
Well, last year, we have open enrollment right now, but last year we had a total of 46 enrolled. These students are Mid-South ambassadors, so they are throughout Tennessee as well as Mississippi. However, over 90% of our participants were of DeSoto County schools, with about 95 of those students of South Haven High School, but they're out of DeSoto County. You asked what were the qualifications, was the second question?
Yes, ma'am.
Qualifications is really an open enrollment. My background is education. I taught school. We moved here in 2006. I taught at Horn Lake Middle School. I was the head girls basketball coach, volleyball, and track. So my background is education. I taught for 12 years. And so we have an open enrollment. There is no GPA requirement. Those type of programs, I probably wouldn't have qualified myself. So we do allow, the average student that's deemed themselves as a leader independently, they can apply. If they apply and they take that initiative, then we take the time to bring them in. As long as they follow the rules, then they're able to stay within our program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winston. Alderman Young.
Hello, how you doing?
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We got to dance first. You said there was a total of 46 students. How many of those were out of Horn Lake?
We didn't have any out of Horn Lake.
Okay.
But we have service.
The year, you said you've been in business 15 years. The year before that, how many were out of Horn Lake?
Our ambassadors program is this year, our ambassadors program started a community base, which allowed leaders from anywhere to be a part of our program. Before that, we operated within the schools. So we would go into the schools and have discussions with the schools. And we did that with Horn Lake, as well as our feeding program. We fed the band. We did the football team. So we did have a presence, and the middle school as well.
You had students in Horn Lake that were involved in this 2 years ago?
Pre-pandemic, I would say pre-pandemic.
2000.
We've had some adjustments post-pandemic, but pre-pandemic, we were within Horn Lake Middle, Horn Lake High School, but not through the ambassadors program. The ambassadors program is fairly new in this way that we're utilizing it. Post-pandemic, we've been doing community-based, which allows leaders to kind of engage with each other outside of school.
Okay. So basically, in this program that we're looking at here, where there's been nobody involved in Horn Lake involved in this yet?
No, not yet. But they have access to the information like everyone else. I've been in contact with Principal Lyons over at the high school, as well as Ms. Angela Davis.
Right.
But Horn Lake was involved in our shoe drive. We had a shoe drive for our Ghana initiative, and Horn Lake was involved with that, and I believe that was the ambassadors program within Horn Lake High School that participated in that. And so they did collect shoes as well for that program.
May I ask one more, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Klein, do you think this might be an opportunity to put it onto our new grant program until we learn more about what these folks are doing?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I mean, that's,
Fill out an
I mean, that way
application.
we can research it a little bit and stuff. Not saying you won't get any money, but we've developed a new grant program.
Okay.
And maybe you have, in a week or two, or a day or two, whatever, you can get a hold of Mr. Jim or myself or Mr. Klein over there, and we can tell you how to get the application, all that. 'Cause I don't understand it real well. I understand what you're doing, because I've done a lot of promotions, but I don't understand how it affects the city, the people of Horn Lake, our citizens. But I'd like to see it on paper to make a
Okay.
correct decision.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think mostly for me, my background is education, so I love students,
Oh, I
I
don't
love
doubt it.
sport, and so
I'm all for stuff like this.
yes, I think we can fill some gaps when it comes to better understanding what our youth are, what their needs are, and so I would like to help that conversation.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else have any questions or comments for Ms. Winston? Ms. Winston, we certainly thank you for being here. We thank you for this program. And please give my regards to Coach Winston, if you would.
Thank you.
I hope he has a good team this year, except when he plays Horn Lake. All right, number 5 is planning. Mr. Barr, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Alderman, citizens. The first item on the agenda, item A, is case 2023-13 AI. AI stands for Alderman Initiative. This was a case that was heard by the Planning Commission on July the 31st. They recommended actually 6-0 to deny the request, but it was dates back to a June 20th action by the board this year to propose a text amendment to the zoning ordinance that, as proposed, would make it more difficult to establish daycares and schools within the town in most commercial zoning districts to allow medical cannabis dispensaries easier to establish within the city. Next slide, please. So we just got a few slides here on the PowerPoint. Here's definition number 28, which is of daycare center. So a daycare center is a facility which provides shelter and personal care on a regular basis for 6 or more children who are not related. There's more details to it than that, but I won't belabor the point. I just wanted to get the main definition as seen in the zoning ordinance. On the rest of this slide, it says the Mississippi state law on medical cannabis dispensary, there is a relationship between dispensaries, schools, daycares, and churches, also known as religious institutions. The city of Horn Lake, let's see, in the zoning ordinance, Article 5, item T, set a distance of 1,700 feet between dispensaries and those 3 listed land uses. That was enacted earlier this year, back in March, and I think it became effective after the city opted into dispensaries in April of this year. So what we see here is this is the current number of daycares that we have licenses for. The city has issued licenses for within the community. There's 4 of them there. 3 of them are currently located in C3 or C4 zoning districts. There's one that's located in an R8 zoning district. Next slide. So what we see here is just excerpts from the zoning ordinance itself. This is just straight from Article 12, which is the use chart, which we use almost daily within the department when people inquire about different land uses in different zoning districts. So this is something that we use every day. And what we did here is just extrapolate daycare centers and then schools, public or private. And this is what currently, under the commercial uses portion of the chart, this is what it currently shows or reads as far as the current status quo, if you will. There is a footnote there where you see the letter P means it's a permitted land use. And you can see the office district, the commercial districts, the industrial district, which is like M1 and M2. The OTC is the Old Town Center district, and then you see that number 31. I made that a little bit larger. In the original text size, it's very small. It's just a footnote, and basically it equates to being performance conditions related to daycare centers. There's, I think, there's 5 performance conditions that if someone so chooses to establish a daycare center within the jurisdiction, they would have to meet those 5 points. Next slide. Maybe down just a little bit. Down just a little bit. Nope. Other direction, please. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So here what we see is the proposed changes. As you can see, it eliminates a lot of the permitted usage in a lot of the zoning districts. proposed is to leave it in the C1 district, which is the lower end, if you will, commercial zoning district within the community, both for daycare centers and schools. The biggest change here, if enacted, would be that those daycares operating in town in a commercial zoning districts other than the C1 would become non-conforming, but they could allow it to continue. Next slide. Okay, so we're here, we go back to existing chart. This is reason I put this in here is that it just has the letter S, which nowhere else in the entire usage chart in the zoning ordinance has the letter S. So obviously when we see a letter P, it means permitted. The letter C means that conditional use is required. If it's blank, if you see a square that's blank, that means the land use is not permitted at all in that zoning districts. But here's an S, which I'm not sure what that is, but we do have that. And this is listed from the other permitted uses, which in this case is the AR zone and then the residential zoning districts in the town. If nothing else gets done tonight, if that letter S could be changed to the letter P, just so it makes more sense from an administrative standpoint. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is what's proposed. Those letter S's would become letter P's. There's no really substantive change here at all. This is just something basically to clean up an error or something that's misleading or confusing, at least to staff, when we're trying to answer people's questions with daycare centers and residential districts. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So there's a possible motion. As I stated, when the Planning Commission heard the case on July the 31st, they did recommend by a 6-0 margin against the request as proposed. That would conclude the presentation, unless you have any questions.
Okay. Alderman Dupree.
So, what you're saying, the dispensary that's already coming in at Bullfrog Corner in the shopping center, it's already got their signs up. They've already got their permits. Is that correct?
Very good question. I know that they have their license from the state of Mississippi to operate there. The state goes, I guess what they've told us is they'll go by a rule of thumb that they'll allow, even though there's no product going out the door for 18 months, they'll deem them as basically operational. I do know that they have submitted building plans to our department. We've been reviewing those. I don't know the status on the signs yet or not, if we've approved the signs or not. But we are in review of the building permits there. I know we have been having discussions with the particular applicant that wants to establish use there.
Okay, so in conjunction with that, that's within the 1,700 1,700 feet to the proposed daycare at the old CVS pharmacy. So will they be permitted, since the marijuana establishment is already going in there? What about the daycare? Are they going to be permitted to be established there?
Very good question. My understanding is that on basically the buffering, the 1,700 feet distance, is that if the dispensary is basically there, even though it's not quite all operational yet, the daycare can actually come closer if they so choose, or a school or a church or whatever. They can come within that area. If it's flip-flop the other way around, and let's say a daycare is there, or a school is there, or a church is there, the 1,700 feet comes into play because it buffers out a dispensary from coming that close. But the other way around, that the daycare could establish, or a
the
school.
daycare supersedes the.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and the department is currently processing building permits for that location for a daycare. They have not obtained their U of O or a business license as of yet, but they have.
So they did find a commercial, contractor, a commercial contractor, because I know that they were using a residential contractor at one time, which is not permitted.
Correct. At one time, they were using a residential contractor, but they have changed, and they've got plans. They're using a firm out of Millington, Tennessee. for their plans, which have been reviewed and approved by the plans examiner and the fire inspector. And then the contractors, they've gotten licensed with the city as well.
Okay, so did they come up with the square footage for the playground?
That's going to be based upon the size, whatever the state would
I believe it's 400
license.
square foot.
Yeah, the city formula is 4,000 square feet, and then if it's beyond, if they have, that's up to 20 children to be served in the play or the recreational area that's outside. But if they're beyond that, then the formula by the city is 200 square foot per child. Now, the state's requirement is just 75 square feet per child, so the city's is more stringent, so it would supersede that. But the state also has a function where they do 33, I think, the area has to be just 33% of the whole area that the state would license it for. And so as a department, we're willing to honor that, thinking that, you know, it's probably not very likely that all the children would be turned out at the same time for recreational, that it would actually happen in phases. So we're going to honor that from the state as far as the 33%. But we would still stay with the 200 square foot if they do want a license for more than 20 children there.
All right, thank you.
Is anyone else? Alderman Young.
I want to ask you to repeat something again. I want to make sure that I understand exactly what you're saying. Would you please repeat that if you're 1,700 feet from a daycare or 1,700 feet from a dispensary? Would you go through that again with me?
Sure, yeah, it can be confusing. Sometimes we get confused.
Well, it's not confusing in my world. I just want to make sure it's not confusing in yours anymore.
Okay, no, if a dispensary is established, basically there's really the distance to these other uses, I guess based upon case law in Mississippi, doesn't really affect them. So if one of those entities, whether it be a school, a church, a daycare, if they want to come closer, that's up to them. Now, on the other hand, if the daycare, school, or church is already established, then the 1,700 feet comes into play there. So it buffers out a potential medical cannabis dispensary from coming within 1,700 feet of those three uses.
So you're telling me that if a daycare wants to come within 1,700 square feet of a dispensary, they can?
Yes.
No, not per the code that we wrote, they can't. They are not allowed inside 1,700 square feet on either end of that spectrum. Need to reread that. No, they're not. We wrote that very specifically. If a church cannot be set next to a liquor store. A liquor store cannot be set to a church. A dispensary cannot be set next to a daycare, and a daycare cannot be sent. That's the reason we went through this. The whole program was written to make sure this didn't happen. The dispensary is already there. They have a permit per your own statement from the state. The daycare doesn't. They have not even provided how many children will be in this building, much less a plan for what they're doing inside the building. How in the world can we sit here and say a daycare can go there when they're not even close to spending the money that a dispensary has spent? That this board spent time directing how we wanted this to be handled. We're not asking for it to be wiggled around. If means if. It means it. They can't go there.
Anyone else?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
Mr. Barr, where did you get your information from that you provided us with on tonight?
Regarding which aspect?
The 1,700 feet, and that a daycare can choose to go closer to a dispensary, and the dispensary cannot choose to go next to a daycare.
Well, the 1,700 feet as a barrier for, if the dispensary establishes first, that would be per our ordinance.
Okay.
But my understanding is that the other uses can come within that area based upon case law. I don't have a specific
Oh,
case
okay.
reference or
Yes, sir.
whatever.
Okay. I was just wondering if you got it from the state or if you knew of anything that we didn't know.
Anything else, Alderman? Alderman Bledsoe.
All right, if we vote yes to this, that means it stays as it is, right? And if you, it's kind of tricky. When you vote no, that means you can do what, the other stuff.
I guess I'd defer to legal counsel, 'cause since it's a text amendment, so I don't know if the text amendment, if regardless what, let's say if the board, whatever they enact tonight, let's say the board says yes on a text amendment, if that means it's effective tonight, or if it's effective like 30 days out on the calendar. That I don't recall.
Yeah, it'll be 1 month.
Okay.
From today.
So, so if the board enacted what was proposed tonight, then it would be effective 30 days out. So let's say today's August 15th. So it would still give, I guess, the person that's doing work at that 1502 Goodman Road West location to finish their building permit work, their work, get C of O, use and occupancy, a UNO permit, and then a business license. So if they got all that accomplished within that month's span, I'd be willing to, as a city, to honor that.
Alderman Bledsoe,
All right. If we vote yes, is it gonna stay like it was, or down there where Walgreens and CVS, you can put a daycare? If you vote no or not?
As proposed, if the board would vote yes, as proposed, it would shrink the ability of daycares and schools to establish in various commercial and industrial districts within the community.
Okay, that's what I wanted, because I'm against it, so I'll vote yes, but I didn't want to vote no and then I meant yes. So it's kind of confusing.
it is confusing.
Political things.
It is confusing, Alderman.
I want to leave it like it is, because I don't want those two corners to go something like that, because we got too much business coming in.
Alderman Klein.
I'd like to ask our city attorney, has he had a chance to read that over, and do you interpret it as our planning director does?
I do, Alderman Klein. We've actually had this discussion before. And let me first say that regardless of how the vote goes tonight, doesn't affect the project at the old CVS building. They have a vested interest in their applications that they've already submitted to the planning department to be decided under the current zoning ordinance. So it doesn't matter what the board votes tonight on this matter. They're going to be processed under the old ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Alderman Dupree.
So I want to get this clear. It doesn't matter if it's within the 1,700 square feet daycare and the dispensary. What we agreed on and what that the board came up with, or that committee, was 1,700 square foot, 1,700 feet from each other, like the church and the dispensary, or the daycare and the dispensary. Why does it matter who comes there first? Well, let me back up. Whoever comes there first should be legitimate to be there. That makes sense, right? But what we're saying here tonight, it doesn't matter. But I guess what I'm asking is, who goes in there first? I mean, is it the dispensary who's already got all their stuff in? Or is it the daycare who come in after putting their request in with the city? I don't understand that. Can you explain how we can allow this to happen when it's against our own rules in the first place?
Well, let's say for instance, let's say the dispensary hadn't got their license from the state to operate over there. And let's say the daycare establishes at the old CVS site, then that would prohibit the dispensary, and then 1,700 feet from I think it's the property line of the CVS, the old CVS location, as far as a dispensary locating from that. It would basically create an additional buffering area or circle, if you will, within the community. But in the case that we have the state that's issued the license for over in that location. And so it's basically up to each individual, school or church or daycare if they would want to be within that area. It doesn't technically buffer them out. There's a distance there, but if they want to come within that, that's up to them.
Is that what this board approved? Mr. Billy?
Yes, sir, that was based on Cannabis Act that came up from the legislature.
From what I understand, it, the legislators left it up to the cities to determine the rules on this.
Yeah, and we did. We restricted, we went up to 1,700 feet. It's 1,000 in the Cannabis Act. The Cannabis Act was written to protect schools, daycares, and churches. So a dispensary could not locate within 1,000 feet of a school, dispensary, or church.
But it's happening.
If a daycare, church, or school wants to go closer to a dispensary, they can.
I thought we said they couldn't.
We said they couldn't. That was the
We need to
reason.
go back and look at that.
Yeah, we
Because
did.
I believe that we said it was zero tolerance with that. Matter of fact, I think that's the word that was said, zero tolerance. Am I wrong? I don't know.
I recall having this discussion before, and I made the same comment back then. A school, church, or daycare, if they want to go within the 1,700 feet, they can.
We did that on Church Road, liquor store, 400, the church right beside it, the liquor store next door. Church comes behind the liquor store.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
We're doing a chicken and the egg thing here. Where, Mr. Barr, dispensary has permission from the state of Mississippi, the one that you're saying, their Cannabis Act, which we read and talked about several times. They've already got their permits from the state. They've already spent their $125,000. They're ready to go. They're doing it. They submitted their plans, right?
Yeah, they've submitted building permit plans to us, and we're reviewing them to make sure that they meet the local ordinance as far as the arms security and.
Armed security, the bars, everything.
Right, yes,
They're doing everything they're supposed to be doing.
yes.
Okay. Where is the daycare in theirs? In their procedure, in their process of moving into that building?
My understanding is they had submitted plans within the last, 10 days or so. They'd switched engineering companies. They were using Houston Engineering, I think out of Oxford, and they'd switched to a company. It's three initials. The initials escape me, but they're out of Millington, Tennessee.
Okay, have those plans been approved yet?
Yes, they have. They've been reviewed both by the city's building inspector and the city fire inspector. And so then they've come in and pulled building permits to do the work, and they also had contractors get licensed up with the city to do that work, which is mostly, I think, plumbing and electrical in nature.
If I remember correctly, y'all had several times you had to dance with these people to get to where you're at now.
That is correct.
Okay. If I remember correctly, now I've been wrong once or twice, but I think I was even wrong then. But anyway, and I think, Mr. Bledsoe, did we not discuss this, that if it was 1,700 square feet, it's 1,700 square feet for everybody? And that's the reason we came up with Dancy Boulevard, that opening in Dancy Boulevard, because we didn't have enough locations at 1,700 square feet to allow medical cannabis to come in and open shop. Was that not our decision? And we decided that the churches and the daycares and the schools, and even there was a one on Dancy Boulevard. It was where children go to get therapy or something for whatever. We said they couldn't go within 1,700 square feet of that. They couldn't locate, right? And so I don't, somewhere down in the interpretation of what the committee and what the board voted on, this thing's got watered down. It's got watered down. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay with you, Mayor, is just make a motion that we table number A until we get a more clear definition of what is actually in that ordinance, because I think it's been watered down. And, I mean, I understand that's a business person there, but I also understand those people across the street in that dispensary spent a whole lot of money getting in there, and they're gonna spend a whole lot of more money, a whole lot more money in this daycare. I'd just like to table this if we could.
Alderman Young requests the board to table this until our next meeting. Alderman Bostic.
Yeah, I guess I'm all confused. I listened to a whole lot of stuff here. Originally, when Alderman Geis made this Alderman initiative, if I'm not mistaken, he asked Director Barr to get with Billy and then bring it back to us for a discussion. I don't recall any of that discussion that night going to the Planning Commission for their input on it. That's my first thing. So I guess I'm confused because it was supposed to come back with us for us to have a discussion now about the zoning and changing the zoning. Number two, our attorney just informed us, no matter what we do, legally, the daycare can go in on that corner, whether we want to or like to or care to or whatever. That's what he just said. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So to table it and have more discussion about it, I don't know what that's going to resolve. Because I think we all got confused in the very beginning about the 1,700, and I understand that we were trying to leave that prime real estate on the corner of Bullfrog Corner in hopes that there would be an attraction there that would pull people in. Not to say that we do not need daycare centers. We have children, we have parents. That need is here in this community, in every community. But I think the initiative that Alderman Geis was trying to make, from my understanding, was if we limit those daycares in certain zoning areas and not let them go into a huge retail commercial zoning area, that's what his question or what he was referring to. When he did that night, I guess it should have probably been told to us what you told us tonight, Mr. Campbell, that it didn't matter. Because then it went to the Planning Commission, they heard it, then the lady came in and spoke from the daycare, they voted it down, now we're all confused and we all need to just go take a break.
As I recall, when Alderman Geis brought that up, there was no discussion about this particular project. I didn't know it was the target of this initiative. I did meet with Mr. Barr about this, and I actually brought it back before the board, and the board made a motion to initiate the text change to the zoning ordinance. And when that happens, the planning director automatically publishes the required notice, contemplates the change, and presents it to the Planning Commission. That's required by the zoning ordinance. So that process is followed in all cases that require a text amendment.
Okay, so I want to join the ranks of the confused. Do y'all want to table it, or y'all want to vote on it tonight? Mr. Billy.
Well, I should have added, Mayor, that what the proposed change that the planning staff has put forward does, I guess, eliminate daycares and schools as permitted use in some commercial zoning districts. So it has, it's trying to, I guess, have the effect of what the board is talking about.
Gotcha. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, again, you can't do anything about this case. It was in the application stage before you even started thinking about changing the zoning ordinance.
And we got to get back to the original discussion here. Alderman Klein.
So I'm just curious how the planning, so when the daycare came in, I guess, get their permit or whatever, did we, at the planning department, say, okay, now you're be locating right across the street from a cannabis store, or was that even brought up? Where they say, oh, we have no problem with that?
To ask him. Oh, Mr. Barr, did they say anything to you about that?
The applicant?
Yes, as a daycare applicant, because, I mean, you said they just applied here, 10 days ago, right?
Well, they've been working with the department for literally months, actually, and they've went through various engineers, different plans, most of them that we found unsatisfactory, or, you know, we've had several communications with them. I think we finally have been able to communicate what was needed, and they've been able to do that with their new engineer out of Millington. So, so it's not like they haven't been in the process. They had tried last year to relocate, I think it was at 2036 Goodman Road. And the city actually did a plat. The planning commission did a site plan design review for that particular location, but they've shifted their energies to this 1502 Goodman Road West. So we've been in quite a bit of discussions with them over several months of time, actually.
Anyone else?
Mayor.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Well, the one thing we wanted to do is keep our prime location for a prime business, and, you know, apparently we can't, so. All I want to do, Walgreens went out of business and CVS went, and that's prime locations. We're limited on prime locations in the city of Horn Lake, so.
Alderman Bledsoe, when this initiative was first discussed, the goal was to protect the areas in which medical cannabis dispensaries could be located.
That is,
Yeah, so we should have added this to it.
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
Mr. Billy's exactly right, but the premise to that was that there was not enough retail locations for medical cannabis locations. So we wanted to protect them so that exactly what we're talking about right now couldn't happen, to prevent a medical cannabis from coming into a location.
The CVS building is not preventing the medical cannabis dispensary that's already licensed.
Okay. Maybe, let's lower the weeds a little bit so maybe you can see the forest here. We're gonna allow a daycare to locate near a medical cannabis facility that when we made our ordinance, we didn't want to have daycares near our medical cannabis facilities, but now we're going to allow it? What planet are we on?
Alderman Dupree.
Mr. Billy, are you referring to our own ordinance or the state ordinance?
Both. I've referred to both of them tonight.
So we said it was okay. I don't remember that, but my memory doesn't go as far as yesterday, but.
The state says a dispensary can't be located within 1,000 feet of a daycare, school, or church.
Okay.
We upped that to 1,700 feet.
Right.
So if that daycare was there already, then that cannabis dispensary couldn't locate there.
Right.
That's right.
But they've already.
But they're there. But
Yes,
they're there.
so it's not impacting the ability of the medical cannabis dispensary to locate.
So
They were there
why is it
first.
okay if we said that there was no provisional in saying school wants to move in at this location closer than 1,700 square foot? Did we not say that you can't do that? I believe that was in our ordinance, right?
I can repeat myself again.
I know,
it makes any
but it's
difference.
just that our ordinance says that we can't do that. Unless I'm missing something. All right, thank you.
Okay, we've gone through this several times. Do y'all want to vote on this tonight? I mean, we've gotten all off on a lot of other things. We have to go back and look exactly what we've got here. Text amendment. Do y'all want to vote on that, or do y'all want to continue it to another discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson.
let me see if we can clear this up. If we vote on this tonight, This will change other decisions that will come later for daycares, churches, and business as such to be located near a dispensary. It will not change what has already taken place per the law that our lawyer has said. It will not change anything. Is that right?
Sir?
Yeah, that's correct. It may affect dispensaries. The ordinance changes that are proposed doesn't say anything about a dispensary. It just removes schools and daycares from the C3 and C4 zone as permitted uses.
Quick question, Mr. Barr. You know, as Horn Lake continues to grow, what if the school board wanted to construct a new school in a C3 or C4 if we voted tonight to not allow that?
Well, as proposed, they would have to find either like a C1 district or one of the residential zones. The residential zones is proposed to remain unchanged or whatever, and I think they're permitted by right in the residential districts. Yeah, the schools, either public or private, are permitted currently already in the AR zone, and then all of the residential districts, and then including a PUD zone. I don't know what would happen if a PUD, in a custom sense, said no. I guess we'd honor that. Because a PUD is a custom-built zoning district. If they didn't want to allow schools, I guess we'd honor that over what the table says.
Thank you, sir. All right, what's the will of the board? Do we have a motion? Does anybody have a motion? Third and last call. Do we have a motion? Okay, we'll go on down to letter B. Mr. Barr.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a request on, yes, it's on Willow Point Phase 3 subdivision, which has been approved and is currently being built. Actually, houses are being built there. To give a little context, originally, the southeast portion of that subdivision was intended for single-family development through lots. At some point in time, they felt they needed drainage, and so the very southeast lot, located in the southeast corner, was changed to common open space number 158. But since then, the city last year approved Sage Creek PUD, and actually Sage Creek is on the agenda tonight, which is Phase 1, which is adjacent and located directly east of Willow Point Phase 3, and where they were going to run the drainage to common open space number 158. They now intend to run it to the detention pond in Sage Creek Phase 1. So what the developer has asked for is basically to revise the plat, and you can see the section there that we're operating under from the city's subdivision regulations. It's section 34108, and I've highlighted the area that's most specific. It says here, the mayor and the board of aldermen, on such terms and conditions as it imposes, may authorize a revision of a recorded plat, combining lots, changing lot lines or calls, correcting errors, and other revisions on application by the owners of the lots being changed. And so the owner has requested under that other revisions category to change basically a common open space number 158 back into a buildable lot, which would also be called numbered 158. Next slide, please. So you can see the Willow Point Phase 3 subdivision there highlighted in blue, and you can see the subject lot or common open space as it is currently down in that very southeast corner, and then the Sage Creek PUD development located east of the Willow Point Phase 3 subdivision. Next slide, please. And so then there's a possible motion for either approval or denial of the request. I do believe the applicant or their representative is in the gallery tonight. That would conclude the presentation unless you have any questions.
This is not a public All right, thank you, Mr. Barr. Does anyone want to hear from the applicant out there? Do we have a motion to approve or deny this request?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
make a motion to approve the request as written.
All right, we have a motion by Alderman Young to approve this request. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. All right, Mr. Barr, letter C, sir.
Thank you. Let me shift my papers here to that particular case. This case was also heard by the city's planning commission back on July the 31st. They did recommend approval of the request unanimously. It's a request for 32 lots, known as Sage Creek, Phase 1, and that would be single-family development consisting of 46.113 acres, plus or minus. So what I've got here is just some various slides from the city's subdivision regulations. This is a major subdivision because it consists of 4 or more lots, being at 32 lots proposed. Next slide. Then there's a few different slides here that talks about subdivision procedure, build out, and then warranty or sureties and the different forms of sureties that would have to be basically posted to the city's satisfaction once the infrastructure was built. You can just keep scrolling there. There's just a lot there. I put it there as, you know, to show where the authority comes from and why the procedure, and then it just puts the applicant on notice of the requirements of the city. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so here we see a visual of the proposed area. The Sage Creek in total is highlighted with the blue line. And then what we see for Phase 1 is basically the gold line. It's kind of an irregular shape. It's broken down into 3 different areas, and we'll see that on the next few slides, areas 1, 2, and 3, and there's some match lines that they're just large enough that they had to be separated out. Anyway, there's no floodplain at play, no designated floodplain, so that's a positive. New roads are proposed in the subdivision, which the main access point would be off Goodman Road to the north, and then also connecting on the west side over to, I think that, that's the next phase, I think, to connect to Willow Point Phase 3. The water provider would be Walls Water Association, and then the sewer would be the city of Horn Lake. So what we see here is those 3 areas that we saw in the previous slide, highlighted in blue, and then you can see the proposed lots and road that's proposed. Next slide. Again, this first phase is just north of Goodman Road West. And then the last area, Area C or Area 3, it does have a proposed detention pond. And then I'll let you scroll through, if you could, to the very last slide. I won't belabor these individual requirements of the subdivision regulations because they're basically, here we go, because they're found on this last slide here. So the Planning Commission recommended approval of the request with the, I think there's 8 conditions that are listed there. That would conclude the presentation unless you have any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Barr?
Mayor.
Alderman Young.
Mr. Jim, could you go back up towards the top? I saw something I saw was pretty interesting. Keep going, please. Oh, let's see. Yeah, down just a little, somewhere right along in there, and I'm looking for it. Did I see in your proposal that if they do 1, 2, and 3 in a other area that they own, right? They own that they can come back and use the same PUD to develop that area, even though laws and rights and everything maintain? Did I see you write them a blank check?
Basically, I mean, the city in its, I don't know if it's in the zoning or if it's in the subdivision. I think it's in the zoning. It says that a PUD is good for 2 years. So basically, in this case, they've got applications that's before the city, and it's up to your approval or denial tonight. But to me, I would think that would be basically activating or working within that 2-year time frame.
Well, we already know they're not gonna do 1, 2, and 3 in 2 years.
Correct.
My question is, do we really need to have the verbiage in there that says that the rest of that can be developed at whatever time under the same rules and regulations that we got on this PUD? Why would we write that blank check when laws and things change? Wonder if we require everything to be sprinkled at that time? Wonder if we have to have 16 ponds every 2 acres? What if things change? Why would we write that blank check?
Well, the city has already approved basically Sage Creek in its totality, the 275 homes or
I
whatever.
don't think they need to come back before us.
Well, they would. I mean,
Planning Commission to make sure that they're in the law.
right, no, on each phase, as they move to the north, they would have to come before both the planning
We
commission
need to
and
have
this
that
board.
in there. We need
Yes,
to put that in there.
so,
We
okay.
need to take that wording out that they can do whatever they want to under the same PUD. That needs to go away. That verbiage needs to be destroyed, in my opinion. Now, he may have something different, but I just don't think we need to give them a blank check where they can come back and say, oh, no, it's right here. It says we can do whatever we want to under that PUD. That's happened to this city before. And I think we need to wash that away, if we could, please.
Anyone else have any comments or questions? Alderman Bledsoe.
The one thing about the 2-year deal, we put that in because I was trying to get the old folks home down here, but I'm just explaining to everybody else. That's why the 2-year deal was in there, because we had one with 45 years and they come back and put townhouses.
That's right. You read my mind.
Any more questions? Discussion? Do we have a motion, please?
Mayor, I make the motion with the noted changes that were made to, oh, I'm sorry, you want to talk? Come on, talk. Yes, ask that man right there in the center.
Where'd you come from?
His mama.
Oh, hold on just a minute now. Hold on, okay? You're not quite in charge of it yet, okay? No, you stand right there, please, sir. Does anyone on the board object to having this gentleman speak? All right, would you please give your name and address for the minutes? We have to have those, please.
So it's Henry Porter with WH Porter, and it's in Memphis, Tennessee, 6055 Primacy Parkway, Memphis, Tennessee.
Well, welcome, sir.
So I'm not the developer, just representative engineer. I just wanted to address one thing on the PD. So when we do submit a PD for an overall plan, we are trying to get approval for the overall, just so that we don't come back for the changing for potential changes in zoning or changes in rules. I mean, I get it from a building standpoint. You kind of brought up the sprinklers. So I think, would that not be, our overall plan, I don't think is covered under the building, I guess, building department. So if rules changed on how close houses were and they need to be sprinklered, I don't think that this RPD would supersede that, I guess, is what I'm kind of getting at.
Are you asking Mr. Barr?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Barr.
I'm thinking, yeah, the fire chief, yes, please.
That would, if the code changes and the city adopts, that the sprinklers on the houses will be there, just like it says right now in multiple family, has to be sprinkled. You can't get past that unless this board oversees and overrides it, which you would have to do in an open meeting. So if the city does add that sprinkler to a residential, which it's in the code now, but we have that amended. But if you did put that in there and you took it, it would be sprinkled, no matter what size square footage you wanted. It's in the code now, but we have amended that. And it has to be 5,000 square feet, and you have to sprinkle it or come before the board. I don't think any of those houses are over 5,000 square feet. So multifamily, it doesn't matter if it's 2,000 or 3,000, it has to be sprinkled because it's multifamily.
I think the gentleman, though, was wanting to address if things changed in the future, it wouldn't leave you hanging out to dry. Is that?
To a certain extent, because that's why we do come in here and try to.
Yes, sir, please.
Now, I do, on the detention side, one, as an engineer, like, we don't want to do just terrible stuff. We don't want everybody flooding. So it would come down to just good engineering principles. Two, I guess when we do submit our plans to Mr. Malvasi, he would make sure that we're following along with any detention that is, I guess, generally is required. Like, we can't just discharge long runs just directly into that ditch without, having some type of flow control generally in the form of detention. So, I mean, we do have to follow by good engineering practice. But we do come through at the beginning and try to get an outline plan approved, just stating this is what it is, without having to come back on each phase stating that, can we still follow along with the overall plan, if that makes sense?
No.
Doesn't.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
The point of the conversation is you fell off in the weeds in the sprinklers. That was just a hypothetical, okay? That's his job. The point is that you very well probably will come in with this company and do a very good job. I know who the builder is, and I don't have any problem with the builder. Just like Mr. Bledsoe said not too long ago, we had a development that sort of got stagnated and got sold a time or two, and this and that and the other, and did this and all that, and guess what happened? They held our feet to the fire to a PUD that was 197,386 years old. You know why? Because we gave them an open check. We're not going to do that tonight. We're not going to do that. I'm not going to vote for that. They may, but I'm not. And I'm not saying you would do anything, but if you sell that to somebody who's a fictitious builder, or I'm not going to mention any names or initials, even though I'd love to, but I don't need them coming in here and being less than what these people are. There's my point. And it's not saying anything against you or bad against you, but we have to protect the citizens of Horn Lake and the city of Horn Lake. You're the builder. You're asking us to build. We're saying okay, and now you're going to fit in the box. Understood?
I get it from y'all's point.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Porter? You from Memphis, Mr. Porter?
I am.
Good, so. Anyone else?
Not for him, but just to open.
All right, Mr. Porter, thank you very much. Yes, sir, Alderman Dupree.
Last year, we had a big discussion about the PUDs and what we're gonna do about it. Because we were held our feet on the fire. If y'all remember, there were several incidences that we had to approve, that we didn't want to, but we had to because it was under the PUD statute. So, Mr. Billy, if you remember this, so what can we do to remedy this?
Well, I think the difference in this case and those cases is this is a PUD that you've approved here within the past year or two. So it's not one of those that's 20 years old that you inherited from the county. Alderman Young's mentioned the 2-year provision, so that's in there. So they'll have to watch out for that. But I think the motion with the conditions is on the screen, and I didn't see anything in it that Alderman Young was referencing. Okay.
The reason I'm asking, because we just had an incident that there's a building going up on Nell Road in 301 that was approved it was pre-pandemic. Then they came out, it was 3 years old at this point, and they did not have to come back before this board.
Yeah, that was not a PUD. That was a permitted use under the zoning ordinance.
They had an umbrella of a 2-year building time, and they were allowed to pull permits without coming to this board and redoing it.
Yes, or not a PUD. It was a permitted use under that zoning district in that area.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any more questions?
I'm ready to,
All right, do we have a motion? Alderman Klein.
does Alderman Young's motion stay in place? So I'll second
What was
it.
your motion? To
My
approve it?
motion was to approve as written with the changes to the, if they can build it in 2 years, fine. If it's over 2 years, they're going to come back and see us.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You know, the economy's not the most stable thing right now. They might start building it and the interest rates jump up so high
I agree.
that there's no market, and then 2 years goes by. And then what?
I agree with you 100,000%, sir. However, I think that protecting the subdivisions and the rights and the homes, just like we have a deal now where at 1,800 square foot plus a heated garage. That's what this board has said we wanted. We had a PUD that come down in front of us not too long ago that was 1,400 square foot that's in his ward. We don't want that to happen anymore. If this board says it's 1,800 square foot, they playing in our sandbox. They need to bring the tools to play in our sandbox.
Well, I agree with you about the 1,800 square feet. I was just questioning about the time limit. But
They still, yeah, I see what you're saying. And only way to do this, rain stops somewhere. Even rain stops somewhere. So we've got to put a limit on these PUDs, in my humble opinion, so that we don't end up carrying the bag on these things again. They say, oh, no, you know, in 1842, y'all said this. So, you know, it's just, I just think if it's 2 years, and they're only doing 1, 2, and 3. Am I wrong, Mr. Campbell, or Mr. Chad? They're only doing 1, 2, and 3. They're not doing the whole thing, right? Right, you're doing 1 and then 2 and then 3. That's what we're talking about. I'm talking about the rest of that stuff up there, all that, that's what I'm concerned about. Yeah, I'm concerned about the rest of that acreage back there that is not considered 1, 2, or 3 phase. That's what I'm talking about. 1, 2, and 3, I understand that.
I agree with you, but that's not what's the request tonight. The request tonight is to approve the final plat for those 32 lots.
Okay, that's fine. The 32 lots should be fine within the 2 years. Then it shouldn't matter whether we say you can't do anything else in the 2 years.
Right.
It should be fine, yeah,
I think we kind of,
yeah.
I agree with you about, you know, we've got to watch those because we all
watch it.
paid the price on that, but tonight is.
Yeah, the 32 lots are
Final
fine.
plat for the 32 lots, 46.113 acres. Is that correct, Mr. Porter? Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Alderman Klein.
I'd like to second that motion.
Mr. Jim, can you read the motion back, please, sir? Because I'm confused on it.
Well, I mean, the motion is to accept case 2108-SDFP with the changes requested by Alderman Young for the PUD limit of 2 years.
So that's to include the 8 items recommended by the Planning Commission. And then, but I still don't understand the 2 years in case the market goes. He's just asking for those 32 lots. He's not asking for the whole deal. Alderman Bledsoe.
Mayor, the 2 years, if they don't do it in 2 years, they can come back and we'll probably okay it again. All we're doing is make sure they do what they did on the front end, match the back end. So after 2 years, he comes back in and say, all right, we're ready to do our 3 years. He comes back in and says, okay, we're ready to build our houses. We're going to do 100 square foot houses. That gives us a leeway.
Well, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, that's the 2 year thing. That's why it's in there. Because I got one in over, never mind.
Yes, sir, you do. And I'm just saying, though, if I were a builder and Mr. Porter approached me and said, you got to build them in 2 years, I'd say, well, count me out on this. You know, with the market like it is, I'd just say, pass me by. But we have a motion. We have a second.
Yeah.
Let's have some more discussion. Sir.
The only thing that does is keep them up to par what they want to do.
Yes, sir.
We ain't gonna affect nobody, whatever. It's just, I don't know, I just, you know, we got burned a couple times.
I know, that's why I agree with the size and all that. I just don't understand about the time limit on such a limited number of lots.
Well, once they start, they're in there.
I know. I just hope they go quick.
But we had some that started down on Nell Road that 3 years later, they hadn't started or finished.
Yes, sir. We have a motion, we have a second. We have any more discussion? Roll call, please. Mr. Jim?
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Okay, Mr. Barr, you're off the hook right now. Mr. Porter, you go enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Okay, number 6, new business, a resolution for cleaning private property. That is a public hearing, which I now declare open. There's a list of properties that need to be cleaned up, and the city can do it and bill the people and put it on a tax lien. Is there anyone to speak yea or nay on any of these properties? Anyone? Anyone? Okay, public hearing is now declared closed. Do we have a motion, please?
Mayor.
Alderman Boston.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the resolution for cleaning the private property of the addresses that are listed on the screen.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. We have a motion, a second to the motion by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Going to letter B, discussion to contact Cameo Technologies for planning and code enforcement, business license, animal control, 3-year contract, at a certain price there, because it's the lowest and best bid. I would imagine the board would like to speak to our IT director on this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, lo and behold, he comes strolling down. You have ESP, don't you, sir?
I'm alive and present.
All right, sir. Let the minutes reflect Mr. Daniel Finestone is now at the podium. It's all yours, Mr. Daniel.
Okay, so as you guys know, over the last year, Mr. Chad has taken over code enforcement and a couple other responsibilities, and we now have Mr. Glenn Andrews over at animal control. We have looked at business processes very deeply over the last year and to see where we can improve. And from concerns and questions and reporting that you guys have proposed, we went to look for a better solution than what we're doing now. And that's where we came up with Camino software. We did demos, I think we began back in February, evaluating different software packages. But this will be a web-based application. It will have all of our ordinances within. The building inspectors will be able to go out to a site, take an actual photo when they're inspecting the site. It will automatically update to the web page so the builder knows if he was declined or if it was done. Scheduling, which is I know is a big piece for Chad, as well as code enforcement being able to go out and open cases, photographs, everything being uploaded real time. Our current concern with what processes that we're doing now is mainly on Excel spreadsheets, and things are stored on open drives and text, and it's very hard to purge all data, which always makes it vulnerable.
So there's not a software that you're actually using to manage this now?
No, sir. No, sir. You have a planning or the building permit and rental software that falls under the Munis software package, which we've been extremely dissatisfied with. We learned from training and trying to train new employees coming on that it's very cumbersome. To issue just a single business license, it takes 31 steps, which is extremely difficult and time-consuming. The rental permitting and licensing that we put into effect last February, we paid to get the templates written, and it was supposed to have gone live in February, and as of May, the templates were not unusable for Miss Tammy and company, and so Mr. Chad and the group has gone to just printing out Adobe certificates, not even using the software.
Yes, sir.
By the way, I apologize, Mayor.
Well, that's okay, Alderman, that's okay. As everyone here knows, I know nothing about computers and software, so y'all are gonna have to ask the questions. Alderman Bledsoe.
All right, we're gonna go with this new one. What happened to Munis? It's out the window. We done spent a bunch of money.
We're gonna talk a little bit more about that on the next topic, but, yes, after the problems we've had over the last month that were really accumulated, the firestorm of the mismanagement of their upgrade process that they performed for us, in the tremendous amount of embarrassment for us, as well as efforts to fund bank accounts that have been closed for 3 years and whatnot. We're looking to move away from them, and we'll discuss that more in the next topic.
Right.
Sir.
I'd like to hear what Jim, we've had Munis how long? 30 years? And we've had trouble with it ever since. It's very confusing.
2009?
Since 2009.
That close.
Yeah, Mr. Daniel and Representative will talk about Oracle on the next item, but, you know, the planning staff and other staff that put in business license and rental license, they're aware that if the Camino software comes in before Oracle, that they will be doing double work. They will still have to, you know, they may be entering into Oracle, but they also have to enter it into Munis, because it still has to get into our current financial software. So they're aware that they'll be doing double work with this process.
How long? Are we gonna phase out Munis? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
They'll discuss that, the next one. It's going to be a 12-month process with Oracle. I can't speak to the speed of Camino, but if Camino comes before that 12-month process, the staff will be entering it through Camino and through Munis.
Well, this one will be a lot easier to learn.
Yes, sir.
It took a long time for some of our people to learn it.
Oh, yeah, and Mr. Chad can even speak to this. He went through all the demos with his staff, and they voted on what product they liked the best. As for what Mr. Jim's saying about the double entry, entering a credit card batch at the end of the day and how much cash they took in is considerably less work than what they're doing now to issue a business license, if they can even do it when the.
So this whole thing, the city's gonna be under, even the animal shelter when it's way out yonder in
The animal
because
shelter.
right now, we got people on everything.
Yeah, no, it's what we're looking at, and I think what I've always learned with computers is you can fit a square peg in a round hole. And that's kind of what Munis has been. It's been a square peg and round hole. If they wanted to get into a market, they went and bought a company, but they never invested in bringing that actually into their software.
Amen.
And that's where our heartburn has really been. We've been forced to, you call one phone number for help desk, and even if you email it in, they're going to send you to another department that'll then pass it off to another department. And some things as simple as a report not printing or check problems like we had take 3, 4, 5, sometimes 3 weeks for them to even address. So this will simplify a lot for myself and the support staff, but it will also provide, I think, better service for our customers. Customers will be able to go out online and actually pay for a building permit.
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
would this be able to work with our rental ordinance also?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't in the line there. I just wanted to.
Oh, it should have been, yes.
It just said planning, code enforcement. I just want to make sure that would be part of it also.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It will be.
All right, great.
And it's, the templates as far as building out a new permit or whatnot will not be a $5,000 fee that they schedule when they can put it in. It'll be actually, we can modify it and implement it at our leisure. Yes, sir.
Is there a possibility that you can create a conversion table or something to move it?
Move the data in? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Which would simplify.
Oh, yeah. And it's kind of like, is it a double effort? This process, there shouldn't be a whole lot to bring over, since we're just really, all we're using Munis for in the building permits is to sell the business license and make it look like the city of Horn Lake and tracking the customer information. So that information will come over. As far as the financials, we can look at that effort to do that. They actually put that in their proposal. But Oracle, as you'll learn, is also looking at, they were going to write interfaces for all of our applications for us because they really want our business. And so that, we can do that as well. It's kind of if it takes 3 months to get Camino in and Oracle has already started on their process, we might be to the point to where we can start bringing that financial data in, because the hardest thing really for Oracle, you'll find out, will be bringing in the HR and payroll software or applications and making sure they're compliant with state law.
Well, will they be?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Alderman Young?
What's the total cost?
98.
I'm looking at a lot of numbers here.
Yeah.
That's a bunch.
And that's a 3-year.
Yeah, 3-year, all right.
Camino it's $18,000 a year. The estimated startup with the programming and everything is $56,000, but there's about a $15,000 number on conversion of, since they haven't seen our data, they've kind of put it at this mark of, well, if it was a whole lot, it should be here. But we feel it's going to be far under that.
Far under the 98,000?
For the Camino?
Yes, sir.
Camino should not be 98.
That's what's on the agenda.
No, Camino should be, well, if you pay for the 3 years all at once, yes. Yeah, it will be 98. The other companies would not do a 3-year contract. They were all 1-year contracts. And then Munis, if we did go with their product, was going to be $115,000 to actually use their code enforcement building permit application that's made for that, and not just the little side program we've been using.
You're saying 115,000 for 3 years?
On Munis, no, that was going to be
A year?
it was going to be 115 startup and 73, which actually 42,000 per after, where Camino is 18 on a yearly for Munis.
Alderman Bledsoe?
You saying the mayor will be able to do this? So,
It actually can be addressed using an iPhone. We'll be able to give the animal control officers and code enforcement, as well as building inspectors, tablets to where it'll be real-time updates. We'll be able to use a thermal printer and have it mounted in their vehicles. So if they need to print a citation, it'll print the sticker out. They can stick it on the door or the windshield. Right then and there. So it's gonna save a lot of steps. Currently, their process is to come in here in the morning, look at an Excel spreadsheet, figure out where they're gonna go. They go out and then they do that, and then they come back in and then hand dump various forms and photographs onto the servers. So this will eliminate a lot of those steps, and Mr. Chad will be able to see actually what time they were where, when, and how, and be able to pull weekly or daily reports if needed, and not what he's doing now when you guys ask a question of going back and pulling Excel spreadsheets from each individual. And
Sir, Alderman Bledsoe, during the training sessions, they said they would provide me with a box of crayons. So,
as long as they got pictures.
yes, sir. Alderman Klein?
So, question, have you, all the department heads have looked at this system? What was their feedback?
well, the Camino software is for planning. Mr. Glenn Andrews came in a little late to the party, I guess. We were talking with Chief Nicky about where they interact with the police software, and it really wasn't a comfortable fit with security and everything else. So I reached back out to the Camino folks and said, you know, can you handle this? And they said, oh yeah, by all means. It's really a citation's a citation for them. They'll have to just put a different header at the top, but it'll give them the same functionality, and then we'll have one software program that Chad and Glenn can use to know exactly what's going on. Every control case that comes in, real-time updates and everything along those lines as well.
Anybody else? Alderman Young?
Timeframe from the, if we say, yeah, we go ahead and do this, and I know we're looking at budgets and all that stuff tonight too, but start to finish implementation.
They predicted like a 3-month implementation. I've told them we're also doing renovations and whatnot here, which could hamper. They have also offered to be on site for the go live, which most of the other software packages we looked at that was not part of their package. So a 3-month from start to finish, and they can be live and they can start as soon as we sign the paperwork.
Will the product be in the building, or will it be located elsewhere?
They'll be located on their government cloud. Okay. They're a solution provider through Oracle, so it'll be maintained through their cloud services. Okay.
Well, this doesn't affect every department.
No, sir. No, sir.
Just these one.
Yeah, this is going to really transform, I think, the planning department and animal control, which has no software right now. We're still looking at another package to the Shelter Love, which is more of the adoption website posting integration for Shelter Love, which will be a different trying to figure out the ins and the outs of how to get those processes built into our systems.
Any more discussion on letter B? Alderman Dupree.
Fine job, Mr. Finestone.
Thank you, sir.
I like what I've heard tonight. It's actually bringing us up to date.
Oh, it will transform the department and the way they do business.
Anything that can save time is more productive.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, I had one question.
Mr. Campbell.
Daniel, I saw a quote in the packet from Civic Plus as well. Did you not consider them because they wouldn't offer 3 years, or was there?
That was one of the reasons that they would not guarantee the price for 3 years. Also, it was that wasn't the preferred choice from the users. And there were a couple other misnomers, I guess, about their product that wasn't going to work as well for us.
I just wanted to make a note of that because they could be cheaper, I guess, if they honored their year 2 price going forward.
Right, and we asked them directly, why can't you do this? Everybody else we're looking at this and this is what we want. And they said, because, if you don't like us, we want you to be able to terminate the contract. And that was kind of like, well, we're going to invest a year's worth of money in you, then we better like you right now. Otherwise, we've wasted a year.
Alderman Klein.
So with that, all that you're saying, we still have Munis, and we're paying the expense of this, and then we're gonna add this for 2 other departments and have this expense.
Right.
Do we have the money to do that?
I have put it in the numbers that I needed for the next year. I've not heard, where those numbers lie. But it's what I've been tasked with, I guess, since coming here, was trying to figure out how to modernize, how to get us compliant.
Yes, sir.
This was one of the biggest problems for me. There are others, but the data leakage potential with the amount of data was being stored, where it was being stored, and that it wasn't being purged when it was no longer needed. This will eliminate that, and we'll be able to get rid of some of the information out there.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Alderman Dupree.
Would this be in the future available to like the police department, fire department?
If they wanted to use the Camino, but I don't think it's really designed for those departments. I think you guys are pretty comfortable with your state.
All right.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the printed tickets like for the police department.
Oh,
I
well,
don't-
yeah, I can get, thermal printers that can make interface. I just have to talk to their, vendors about that.
If I can ask, police chief, are y'all still handwriting tickets? Do you have a computer that prints it out?
Some of our cars are equipped with e-sight, but some are not, so we're handwriting some, half and half.
I remember the days there wasn't anything like that.
Yes, sir.
So that was my question. See if you could
We can,
equip all of it.
definitely, the hardware, hardware's hardware, and nowadays, most of it is agnostic, I guess is what, best way to put it. We can, if there's a need, request, as I think everyone here can attest, if they ask me to find something for them, I'll go out and find the best fit, so, within, a cost, that we need.
Do any of the department heads have any comments? I know it just truthfully affects just several. Anyone? If there's no more discussion, do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
I want to make a motion to approve the contract with Camino Technologies for planning, code enforcement, business licensing, and animal control case management software for a 3-year contract at a cost not to exceed $98,713, being the lowest and best bid received.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Mr. Daniel, you're up again on letter C, Oracle Local Government Software.
Yes, and I have backup. Mr. Matt Sorrell from Oracle came in from Minnesota to answer extra questions.
Delphi, Minnesota?
Huh?
Did you say from Delphi, Minnesota?
I don't think he's from Delphi,
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
but he flew in just for tonight and to be able to answer any questions that you guys have. Last year, you asked me, Mayor, if I thought it was a fair price that we were getting from Tyler Technologies, which I did not feel it was. We've dealt with the Munis Tyler people for the last year. We have done 4 document upgrades, which the last one resulted in them importing old data, which cost us a significant amount of time and troubles. And we've also done 2 formal hardware or software upgrades, 2 different versions that they have required us to go to. The next grade, which I've had ready since March, they want to take live in September, which we've told them that that's not convenient for us, and the representative tried to tell me what was convenient for us. So, that being said, with all the trouble and the heartaches that we have had with support, the amount of downtime that we have from Miss AJ coming in on payroll days, I don't leave the building on those Mondays because if there's a problem, which generally there is, she cannot run batches of payroll or checks, to just the daily operations at our at planning and building. That we looked at Oracle. Oracle has, as many of you probably have seen, they have taken their NetSuite product and have molded it to be for a small business and for smaller municipalities. And that's what they've been focused on for the last year. They're, and Mr. Mack can speak further to it, but they're going after the QuickBooks mid-range market, and that's where their focus is right now. And this is Mr. Larry Ellis, the CEO. This is his pet project. They have graciously offered us a contract for 5 years at $55,000, which compared to Munis is at $88,000 at a yearly cost.
How much, Mr. Daniel?
$88,000?
$88,000. So it's $33,000 a year difference.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir. And
Thank you, sir.
after all the upgrades we've gone through this year, next September, they're going to require us to move to their cloud environment, Munis will, which is going to also take a lot of labor, and there's going to be extra consulting fees on top of the 88,000. I haven't gotten a firm number from them on that, but it looked like it was going to be, what they'll be looking for is around 270,000 next year to complete that upgrade and to run a 3-year project. So, with that being said, most of the department heads, I've invited everyone. Mr. Jim's seen it, Miss Marie also has seen it, our finance director. The clerks, accounts receivable and payable have seen it. Miss AJ saw it last year. And the Oracle product we feel is far superior to what Tyler is offering. It is actually the graphical user interface, or GUI as they call it, is much user-friendly. It's also web-based, but it's also real-time data that we can get from it. The reports and the different KPIs that somebody would want to see, you can get without going through 15 different screens, and it's not cumbersome and trying to pay a vendor. If you get pulled off to the side to do something else, the actual task you were in remains open, where you can go back to it, and it's not lost data to where you have to go back and start over, which is our current conundrum. But at this time, if y'all would like, I would like to let Mr. Matt come up and speak to you if y'all have any questions, or.
Alderman Bostic.
I just have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any other businesses or municipalities that are using Oracle?
Yes. City of Memphis is using their larger platform. FedEx uses Oracle for a lot of their cloud environment and what they're doing there. And Mr. Mack can speak to this, but there's 2 software companies that actually matter in the world. Microsoft and Oracle is number 2. When it comes to databases and the database generations of companies that provide them, Microsoft and Oracle are the base databases, which everything runs off of a database now. So when Munis writes, they're putting it on a Microsoft SQL database, or if the vendor or the end user wants, they're going to put it on an Oracle database. So this is really just sidestepping a third party that's writing data to it. They have the experts. They are a global company that is far surpassed anything that Tyler Munis could think of. But yeah, they're everywhere, and that's one of the great things about this too, is we will be the first in the state of Mississippi with this Oracle NetSuite flavor, I guess is the best way to put it. And Oracle, it wants to focus on our city and promote it on their website as a success story, which they're doing at a lot of different locations as well. So not only will we be getting a much better software package, but we'll also get the exposure throughout the nation of here's Horn Lake, we're on the cutting edge of IT, and that we're moving forward. And everybody else will, I guess, have to follow.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Alderman Klein.
So have you had direct experience with this company, with the other companies that you might have worked with?
Yes, I have. I've been in IT for 27 years now. Oracle has always been one of the key components. They actually bought a company that I worked for back in 2005, which was the largest point-of-sale retailer in the globe, and now that is under their umbrella. So my experience with Oracle and Oracle products is that they're very stable. They do extremely good testing. Their R&D budget is there. Which is something that I've had a hard time with Munis to get. I've asked them for, before you send a patch out, how much testing are you sending out? Is there a website that can tell me if a Microsoft patch comes out today, if I can implement it right away, which a lot of these now we're getting security updates 2-3 times a week instead of just the major patches on the second Tuesday of a month. They could not provide me with that. Their answer to that was, well, we have a Munis community, and if something goes wrong, we'll hear about it and we'll address it. And that to me was completely unacceptable. But yeah, I'm not sure what the total R&D budget for Oracle is, but I'm sure it is there, so they're backing their product. Yep.
While
Thanks,
he's
Mr.
coming, that Mr. Matt is coming, and I've already asked you about this, but you said that the police department and the court department and public works can all have a portal, so they can just input all their data.
It's not even gonna be a portal. We're gonna write, or they're gonna write what is called an API, which is just a direct extract. Think of it as you go to your hotel, you eat breakfast in the hotel restaurant, you charge it to your room, you go up, you get your bag, you go to the front desk, and you go to pay out, and your breakfast food is already on your bill for you to check out. It'll be that quick of an interface of real-time data, as much as possible. There could be some limitations with the other departments.
I know we'll want to ask the department heads what they think about it, but before we go any further, does anybody on the board object to Mr. Matt coming down here? Y'all want to? Mr. Matt, would you be kind enough to give your name and address for the minutes, please, sir?
No problem, sir. Matthew Sorrell.
What was your last name, sir?
Sorrell, sir. Sorrell. It's 3804 Moccasin Court out of Burnsville, Minnesota.
You might need to step to the microphone.
I apologize. It's Matthew Sorrell. The last name is Sorrell, and it's 3804 Moccasin Court out of Burnsville, Minnesota. And then to answer the previous question that Mr. Daniel had, Oracle's annual R&D budget is around $7 billion. That's with a B. But any additional questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them for you.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Matt? Alderman Klein.
Are you from the corporate headquarters, or?
I work remote, sir. I travel through multiple states, and that's why I was able to come down here to help.
Where is our corporate headquarters?
Austin, Texas, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Anyone? Alderman Dupree.
How much is your security budget?
I do not have that number in front of me, sir, but we do handle the cloud database for the CIA, the IRS, and the 4 branches of the military.
So we would be classified in that category?
Yes, under our government contract, yes.
Okay.
Alderman Young.
Was that moccasin or moccasin?
Moccasin.
Moccasin. I just want, that was for, Oracle, y'all have a huge following that precedes you. You're really, really good. I'm glad to see that Mr. Daniel has lighted with y'all. You do have a big footprint in the military. I'm very familiar with Oracle and what its capabilities are. One thing I want to know is your reaction time. Because we have had issues in this building, and I know Mr. Daniels probably covered this with you. We go down on payroll at 11:15 in the morning, which would make AJ lose all her hair, and that don't need to happen. What's your reaction time?
Yes, sir. Our tier 1 support for something like that is 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yes, sir. Also, anyone who is a customer on the Oracle NetSuite for Government platform also has a dedicated customer success manager that they're able to reach out to. We have 24/7, 365 support, and also being one of the, call it founding customers of the NetSuite for Government platform, Mr. Daniel does have a direct line to my leadership up to our full leadership for the business unit.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Yes, sir.
Does Munis offer that? No wonder. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Matt? Questions or comments?
And then also to touch on one other thing for you, sir, I know there were some questions around the timeline of the implementation process. The current mapped out timeline that we put down is 12 months, but pending the capability of the team and the amount of resources that are able to be put forth, we can speed up that implementation process if it is needed, but we will work in the timelines within Mr. Daniel and his partners and make sure the implementation is set properly for the correct speed.
Thank you, sir. Any of you department heads, do y'all have any comments or concerns and easy to learn? Thank you, sir. Anyone?
Mayor,
Who? Mr. Jim, I'm sorry.
I just want,
Apologize, sir.
I just want to go on public record, since Daniel's heard it numerous times, other department heads have, and a lot of the Oracle staff on our demos that we had, that I have brought it up each time that this transition needs to focus on our financials and making sure all of that comes over correctly. And they've assured us that this process will. That's why I like that longer transition. We've got to ensure that everything in Munis from 2009 comes over. So just wanted to point that out. You know, we're not going to not have access to that anymore, because a lot of times we have to do reports from previous years. So they've assured us that that is going to take place. And I'm excited about it. It is a so much more user-friendly product, but the finance department and those that deal with the numbers and the audits, we just want to ensure that that comes over safely.
And you were assured that everything from 2009 up until the present day would come over?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Daniel.
And also since we have a self-hosted server with the Munis database on it, I can, we call handbag or what's my word? I'm losing
Hack?
words.
Would it be hack?
I can turn the server off and put it in a closet, and if we ever need to access that data, we can get it. But we would have to go back to 2009.
That's just what's on Munis is information from 2009. So
Yeah, I mean, we'll still have that database and be able to pull over as much as we want, but yeah.
Yeah, and then pending the years that were brought over, Mr. Daniel will also be trained on how to convert any additional data. So if additional data did need to be brought over from that server that you have, it would be able to be brought over.
Any department head have any comments, or yays or nays? Anyone opposed to this?
Mayor?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes, sir. The interface is very user-friendly, and it has a search bar at the top, so you can simply type in anything you're looking for, and it'll go to it immediately. Therefore, you don't have to go through 10 different pages to access something.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Chief Pullen.
Oh, yes, sir, we're on board with it, just for the same reasons that have already been mentioned.
You comfortable with it? All right. Alderman Klein.
So, we're about to get into the budget. So I have a question, for our city attorney. Is there a way that we can kind of fund this by putting like a surcharge on the citations?
There are, if it's allowed by, I'll say this, Alderman Klein, if it's allowed by statute, yes. There are some statutory additions that go on there, but I don't recall off the top of my head if there's one for municipal IT stuff.
I'm strictly saying, when we do a citation type thing, that it's like a $2 surcharge, and that goes towards our software or whatever.
That's a good idea. Anyone else?
It can't happen.
Thank you, Mr. Matt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel, do you have any more remarks?
I guess just before he leaves, Mayor, he mentioned the $55,000 a year figure, and it was also talked about the implementation. That's an extra cost on top of the $55,000 a year.
Yes.
That's the $208,000 number, right?
That is yes, to do all the conversion, bring everything over, to build the interfaces for all the other products that currently aren't interfacing to Munis.
Yeah, so everyone needs to be aware of that number as well.
Anything else?
Mr. Matt has something to say.
I just wanted to add, as you break down the implementation cost, there is two pieces to the implementation cost. There is the time and materials that you would see, and then as you looked at it, there is the travel and expense. Obviously, coming on site builds a better personal relationship, but depending too, once we get past the initial kickoff meetings and things like that, there can be work that is done remote, and that would help bring down the expense, depending on how much travel is done. And then also the time and materials is quoted on the high end, so any time that we would not need to put towards the project, you would not see those expenses also.
So what you're saying is the figure quoted is the maximum?
Yes.
We can save the hotel, they can stay at your house.
I would not be coming down. There will be people who are much smarter and IT capable that would be coming to help with the project.
You do a very good job, Mr. Matt.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone, Mr. Jim?
I will say, as we get into the budget discussion later tonight, and before it's adopted on September 5th, we would have to, if the board approves this tonight, we would have to have further discussions on that implementation fee, because that is not budgeted. If it falls in the 24 budget, we did not budget for 209,000 in there.
Thank you for the very pertinent information. Yeah, we're gonna take a vote on this and take a break.
Yes.
Okay. Just a discussion then. Nobody wants to make a vote? Motion?
No, I'm fine with voting on it.
Does it say?
Ma'am?
Do we need to vote on it?
I'm fine to vote on it.
Well,
So it's just,
we'll have to wait till, Mr. Daniel, you have something to say, sir?
oh,
The contract or the offers that we're looking at right now for the 5 years, it will expire. So we need to have it voted on or decided before the first.
Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
so we're still keeping Munis as well?
We'll have to during the transition, for sure. Ms. AJ has, we have end of the year in October.
Okay.
And we have payroll in
Yeah.
January. So it'll be a two-pronged process, no matter what we do.
I was just thinking maybe we can get rid of Munis and use that money to pay for Oracle.
As quickly as we can. That Munis we've got three benchmarks next year. And the sooner we can stand this up, the sooner we wouldn't have to hit the second two. I think one of them is in March, and the next one is in September, and they're around 25 to 30, I think, each.
And there's how many, 3?
Yeah, the first one will be November, and then the next two are March and September. And then another one in November of next year.
Alderman Young, did you have a?
Yeah, Mr. Jim, I understand you don't have this in 24's budget. I think that's what you said. I can't hear over here, so.
Yes, sir, we do not.
Is there the availability to locate these funds in the 24 budget?
We would have to stretch real hard.
Alderman Bostic.
First off, I'm kind of confused because it said discussion and it didn't have any prices in there for us tonight, so you kind of caught us all off guard. Okay. Also, Jim, what about any money we have left over in the budget that we're in right now? Do we have some left over that we could take care of this with the budget that we're in right now?
If the board chooses to initiate this before September 30th and utilize funds in this current year.
So you're saying we would have that money before the year's up to be able to do that?
It would
And-
all have to be
Verification point also.
initiated before September 30th, or the auditor would push it into 24.
if I
But we
could
do,
provide a
your
clarification
answer
to
to
the.
your question, yes, there is funds available this year, if we choose to do that.
That's what I was asking. And what is the deadline on the prices that you've quoted, Daniel, for us to do this?
Yeah, first I just wanted to touch on the implementation cost. So the implementation cost is based on time and material, so it's billed on a end of month basis for the time that was done. So every 30 days you would receive, and then it's a net 30 payment on that.
30.
So you would not have to have the entire budget up front to cover the cost of the implementation. So if we get started, call it mid-September, your bill in October would just be for roughly the 2 weeks of work that were done. If it kicks off in October, then 30 days and then the time and material. So you would not have to have the entire amount up front, so you wouldn't have to worry about covering the whole, call it 208,000 tomorrow if you decided to move forward with the agreement. And the agreement that is on the table with Mr. Daniel and Mr. Jim is good until the 25th. All documents have to be signed and put into our system.
25th of August, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the end of our quarter.
Any more questions from Mr. Matt?
Mayor.
Alderman Young?
Mr. Jim, question, please. We've identified that there's 208,000, whatever that it's gonna cost, the numbers. I don't have my glasses on. I know it's 208 something, right?
Yeah, I think it was 209.
All right, 209, okay. My arms are short. If we was to take Alderman Bostic's suggestion and go ahead and do this, and I'm just discussing, I'm not saying we're going to do it, could we make a separate line item to put this money aside so we wouldn't run out of the money in 2024? I mean, would that be something that you would do, or how would you pay the bill? I mean, I know as it comes in, we take 1 minus 1 equals 0. I understand how that works, but I'm just saying, would this be a separate item that you would take this 208 and move it over to there so that when their bills do come in, we just slice it off that?
It would have to be budgeted on the line item professional services.
Okay.
Typically, it's in 901 professional services.
In 901, okay.
But each dollar that comes into the city goes into a specific line item, and not really a holding account. So we would have to show it in the budget, so we'd be able to expense it out when we cut checks.
Alderman Dupree?
Well, if we got the money, you can't roll it over. Why not go ahead and do it if we got the money? Yeah. Well, I would make the motion to accept it. Right.
Alderman
You want to make that
Dupree?
motion, I'll second that. If that's what we want to do, we could just roll that right over.
Right.
Alderman Dupree, I yield the floor to you, sir.
Mayor, I make the motion to accept the bid from Oracle to our city.
We have a motion by Alderman Dupree. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Alderman Bostic. Do we have any more discussion? Mr. Jim, roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. We thank you, Mr. Matt. Safe journey home.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for a good explanation to everything, Mr. Daniel.
Mayor.
If no one on the board has an objection, could we break about 10 minutes so we can stand up?
I just need to tell the man from Minnesota one thing.
All right, yes, sir.
Next time you come down here, bring some cheese curds so we can sell to pay for this damn thing.
Yeah, that's Wisconsin.
Already done, Mickey Wilson.
Minnesota.
We'll be here for 30 minutes. Some of them need to go to the bathroom. Thank you, sir.
It's close, but. I'm gonna tell you, Minnesota and Wisconsin are the nicest folks. What do you want?
got it.
Yeah, you can't go through there,
Is it blocked off
taped
right there?
up.
It's taped up.
I was gonna take my pocket knife. Hey, take your pocket knife, make a door.
Cut it open, 'cause we gotta go to the bathroom out front.
Hang it over the rail.
Oh,
I can't hang it.
I can't hang it either. That's why I said, oh, no.
Well, we're screwed on that one day. We just lost a bunch of money.
Hold on. Done? Thank you.
I gotta go on board.
Well, we need to vote yes, put it back like we said, but it is, it's too late.
All right.
It's just blew a bunch of $250,000.
I don't wanna open up a hornet's nest.
Well, there's gonna be one opened anyway, you know that.
Oh, well, hey, we get some steam in this.
Hey, that was nice Saturday. I didn't stay long. You weren't there when I got there. But I didn't stay long because it was so hot. And I got there a little bit after 10. And there weren't many people. I stayed, I walked around a little bit, saw them. Then I left. Then I came back by about 11:30 and it was jammed. Did y'all run out of backpacks?
Back in the seventies, late seventies.
Well, it was, the whole parking lot was full, they were circling around.
Yeah, we sort of backed up to that, horse farm.
I think I'm gonna gavel to make him hurry up. But he's coming. Is everybody ready? Everybody ready? Okay, we're back. We're on number 6, new business, and letter D, discussion of the FY 2024 budget. Mr. Robinson.
Yes, if it is okay, I was going to stay here so I could scroll through the screen. I was going to start with the line item budget that the board has, and then for our public hearing section, I'll go over the summary budget. But just so the board can see this, it's the larger document that I printed that has each line item on there, and I have them color-coded, and you can see that on the screen there. From the previous meeting that we talked about the budget, I did highlight those areas that changed in yellow, and then some in green that we will be adding new line items that have come up since our last meeting. But going through, these are our revenue numbers on the first page, and you will see we did get our second assessment from the county, which bumped up our millage to 236,000, a little over 236,000 per mill. It was at 235,000 per mill. But that'll be the last assessment that we will have. So going with those numbers, it did jump up slightly. So ad valorem, you'll see at 9 million. I will share with you that, and I've shared this with several aldermen and others that have asked about that. We work with numbers that actually, on paper, this is what we are slated to bring in ad valorem. I shared with one alderman that we typically miss this mark by about 300,000 every year because they can assess the city, the county does, on all of our property and buildings and everything. But if citizens or businesses, close, you look at Walgreens and CVS. When businesses close or somebody moves out, if they do not pay their taxes, they do go on the tax sale. But a lot of times we don't hit that mark because we don't see all of those taxes coming in that they have assessed. So it all depends on how the year goes, but typically, just giving you an idea of the big picture, when I've looked at year after year after year, we typically are off about 300,000 because those taxes may come in later when somebody finally pays what has been assessed to them. So with that being said, our assessed value is estimated to bring in about 9 million. And also to further explain, those top 6 lines, if you really look at and add all those top 6 lines together, that's our, 6 lines. That is our full assessed value, what will be projected to come in. So, if you, next meeting I will have our millage report on there, and you'll see a figure on there of 10 million. When you add, close to 10 million, when you add these together, that is what we bring in if you add all 5 of those lines together. So that's kind of our assessed value, those top 6 lines. And you go on down, the next highlighted number is our sales tax. I did bump that up, and next meeting I will have the year-to-date more up to date. I did not get that in to current date as of right now. When you go on down, we are running pretty good on permits, so we moved that to 300,000. And then the infrastructure funds, those have come in, and it looks like next year we are at 100%. And again, this is another figure. The municipal infrastructure fund is based on internet sales. As we're going right now, we anticipate to bring in about $2 million. This number also is could fluctuate. It depends on if people are buying things online. If for some reason people quit buying things, these numbers are going to fluctuate. We're not guaranteed $2 million. It is all based on internet sales. If you move on down, and I'm basically going to highlight the things that have changed since the last meeting. The police department submitted, Miss Jenny submitted a Homeland Security grant, and that was approved. So we're looking at doing some cameras and door access, and I'm not for sure. Chief Nikki could speak to that during her departmental time, but I put a safe number. I think it was 63,578, something like that. But that is a new line item that has come in. As we go down, I mean, Mayor, I don't know if you want me to go through the whole thing or see if there's any questions page by page.
I think it'd be better just to ask the board if they had a question page by page. Anybody have a question on the front page? Second page, please, Mr. Jim.
All right, second page. The items that really have changed on here, the park miscellaneous is running ahead of what the 14,000 that we budgeted last year, projected to come in a little bit higher. You can see there that they have, it's actually more than 34,000 in there year to date. Mr. David may speak to this, but we do have on that that next line item, the ambulance billing revenue, we're at about 505 plus thousand year to date, and if you track that, they're looking at bringing in about 600,000. I will say kudos to the fire department for going with the billing company that goes out and gets those outstanding ambulance, because when I first started, we struggled to get $200,000 in that line item. And year after year after year, it's gone up, and they have gotten better at getting in those funds from folks that they transport. So over the last 5 to 6 years, that's gone from 200,000 to now looking at 600,000. And we hope that trend goes the same way with court, since they've gone to a billing company that goes after the funds that aren't brought in. Police tech, that went up $5,000. That's what is projected, and that didn't get put in last time. In order to get this to balance, and I'm not that much of an advocate of this is unused. That $700,000 that you see highlighted there is unused general fund balance. That's basically surplus that is from this year moving over to next year. I'm not a true proponent of that, because if you get accustomed to that and you build your budget on that, the years that you don't have a surplus, you have built yourself up budget-wise to where you can't sustain that anymore. But we do have $700,000 in there, and again, this is all up to the board to approve. I didn't highlight it because I had the $2 million in there, but sanitation revenue, sanitation is going to increase this next year with a new contract. Surplus property, I did bump that up after talking with Mr. Billy. We do have some surplus property that we still are yet to receive funds, and probably will not receive those till after October 1. And I did have this, the green highlighted number, that is the funds that we should receive from the county for the ambulance. So I had to show that as a revenue because it offsets the funds in the fire department, the 210 that you'll see later for the ambulance. Any questions on page 2?
Alderman Dupree.
On the sanitation, I can't remember, how much is it going up with this new company? $2, $3?
No, it is more than that. I don't have those figures in front of me.
Anyone
But
know?
I can look that up at a later date.
It was going up to almost $19, I think.
From, what are we paying now?
17.
It for our customers, it is a little over $2.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Okay, thank you.
Alderman Klein.
The unassigned general fund balance, different departments that they didn't spend, or?
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning, that any surplus that we have from this year, that is utilizing that's in the general fund or the pooled cash fund that is in. The departments do a great job of watching their budget. You'll see some of the two largest departments typically end with the largest surplus. Some smaller departments struggle throughout the year, but our two larger departments contribute most of that with their spending less than what they were budgeted each year. But that is a surplus carryover.
Is that normally moved into like a rainy day fund, what's left over?
Some of that is, if you go back up, each year we do put that line 6, we do put funds into the rainy day fund. I mean, this, last year we put in, we will have put in 436, and I apologize, actually, that number right there for 2024, if we continue what we're doing, will actually go up, so I apologize about that. I will have to get that figure updated for you.
You said our mill's about 236 now. If I may interrupt just a moment, I want to thank the department heads. You got this surplus, and that's due to their skill and dedication to watching their spending, not just throwing it out the window because it's taxpayers' money and it's the end of the budget year. They have watched it like a hawk all year, and I appreciate you giving us those budget sheets, Mr. Jim, at every board meeting, showing us what each department has done. And I want to compliment the departments on being such good stewards of the taxpayers' money. Okay? Anybody got any questions about page 2? Alderman Bostic.
So you're saying that the 436 that you put in there under the rainy day fund, who decides how much goes in there when you still got a $698,000 surplus?
Well,
where do you get that?
Years
figure?
ago, the board chose to put equivalent of 2 mills, what is generated for 2 mills in the rainy day fund, and we haven't changed that since then. So actually, before next meeting, that will be 472,000. That figure right there was still based on our previous mill rate. So that will actually change to 272, so that'll be a little bit additional income there.
Is there a reason why we just set it at 2 and not 3 or 1, or, I mean, what?
Back when we were discussing this, the city struggled with their budget. That was back in 18, 19, when it was hard to make budget, and we didn't have the funds to continue to build up the rainy day. I mean, we do now. In the past few years, our budget has been very strong, and if the board chooses to allocate more to go to the rainy day fund, we could do so.
To answer Alderman Bostic, it had gone so long with it being, for all practical purposes, nothing. And we finally got a chance to get on our feet. The board picked 2 mills, and that way, that had to go in the rainy day. That had to go there, because I think Alderman Young has mentioned we're supposed to have really 6 months of payroll and all that built up, and we're trying to get there. But the reason it was 2 mills is because we had to put it in there. It couldn't be spent on anything else. So it's gradually getting built up that rainy day. Yeah. Yes, sir. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, the last highlighted line on that page is the county ambulance fund at 137, and I just want everybody to know I got the draft agreement from the county today, and it showed 135. So I will double check that number tomorrow, but that one may change slightly if the 135 is correct.
Thank you, sir. If there are no more questions about that, we can go to the executive. Everything's fine with me on there. You know, that's my salary and that's Miss Julie's. And then, of course, she gets longevity and then overtime. Of course, state retirement, and Miss Julie gets stipend.
Yeah, those highlighted yellow obviously changed because all these, this budget, as I mentioned in my email that I sent to you earlier today, is based on 2,100 increase for each staff across the board. That's reflected in there, and then obviously state retirement, FICA, and everything else would go up based on that, that figure. And then the PERS, every department will show the PERS also going up the last quarter of next year. Will go up another 5%. So didn't know if there's any questions on the mayor's. I'm sorry.
That 5% on PERS, what does that put the total PERS at?
22.4. Yes. Right now it's 17.4.
Mayor.
Alderman Young.
Mr. Jim, I got one question. Going back to the last sheet, we have that surplus money of whatever you said it was, 700 or 698, correct?
Correct.
Would
yeah.
this, and Mayor, I'm just asking a question here. I'm just trying to see if we could, when we have to go somewhere, whether it's to MML or go to Oxford or go to a training session or whatever, when was the last time we bought a vehicle for transportation use, Mr. Jim? That old Ford Explorer, what year is that?
That is a,
Is it a 12 or a 13 or a 2 or something?
no, I think that was an 8 or 9.
8 or 9, okay. So let's just say 9. Is there some way we could maybe get a transportation vehicle for the executive department so that if we have to go as a board or somebody has to go, we could move that vehicle over to IT or something like that and let them have it, and we would still have a decent car to go somewhere, a nice vehicle to go somewhere. Well, we don't have anything. I mean, that's the only vehicle we got, and that thing, it's about seen her better days. I mean, would that be an option? Could we think about that?
How many meetings are mandatory that aldermen have to go to? That are mandatory?
How many are mandatory?
Yes.
How many do you need to make mandatory?
No, I said how many
Well,
are?
none of them are mandatory.
None of them are mandatory. So they're all volunteer.
Well, no,
Why
we
would
actually,
we-
we actually need to do continuing education so we know what the heck we're talking about up here. Oh, I would.
What I'm saying, it's
I
not
think
but it's not mandatory, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, but it should be in your book, but I'm just saying, if we decide to go, or if Mr. Chad or planning or somebody needs to go, we really don't have a vehicle other than a pickup truck to send them anywhere. I mean, it would be something that I think would be very well received in this city, because if we have to go, we need to go. I mean, the mayor and them's gone to Jackson in a 2008 Ford Escort or a Ford Explorer. I mean, they have to go to Jackson for meetings. We've had to go to Jackson for meetings several times. I mean, I don't think it's an irrational thought to offer a nice vehicle for the executive department. I don't think it's out of
Well,
consideration.
I was
it's
going to
something we should
address
look at.
that I was going to address that in that particular department.
Alderman Bledsoe.
The one thing they've done for years, when the mayor's car gets older, they step it down to all-used vehicle, and then he gets a new one. But he'd rather drive his old truck.
Well, I think Alderman Young and Alderman Bledsoe, let's hold off on that and use that money for something else. If I have to go along, I take my car, and then the city pays me for the gas, and that's fine. That's fine with me. But thank you for the thought, because, it is an image for the city. It is an image. Alderman Dupree.
I was just fixing to say that, Mayor. Can we go anywhere? And we were in that old truck that we got. We got some looks like, really, City of Fort Lee's got that kind of vehicle? Do they not have any money? Or something like that, but I was gonna go with that image.
Yeah.
It's money well spent if you have to go somewhere. Don't you wanna make one lake look good? We always talk about we need to better our image. There you go, that's just part of it.
Well, I appreciate Alderman Young and you, Alderman Bledsoe, but let's move on. We got a long way to go.
I mean, I will address this, because there's other concerns, other than, just, alderman or mayor travel. We do have some other concerns in several different departments, on vehicles, but I was gonna address that, as we get through those departments. That was the executive, department, the legislative, the alderman. You'll see really the only changes were state retirement, and some of the medical, the workman's comp. Actually, the way they have split it out this time dropped considerably. You know, and I know there's been some comments. If the board, we haven't really discussed increases there, so just so you're aware. But didn't know if you had any questions on that. All the training and travel is listed down there. That remains the same at $1,000. And you know, professional services, we have had to up that each year. Just with the aldermen that consult with our legal counsel. Any questions on?
Anybody? Alderman Boston?
You got that highlighted right there. Is that a raise for the alderman? When's the last time the alderman got a raise around here, you know? Some of us, you know, deserve a little bit, so.
It is not, but that is all a part of the workshop. We put that 2,100 in each of those, and it would change that figure.
Right. I wouldn't expect 2,100, but at 1,200 across the board for the ones that could get it, I would think $100 a month would be sufficient. If it's been, what, 4 years? I know 3 years.
I agree with that. I agree with it.
Y'all do a great job. I still make what I made 10 years ago, and I don't want a raise. So y'all, you know, vote what you want to on that. Right. Exactly right.
Me and Dice don't give we get a couple pennies.
Well, there you
That's
go.
right, because y'all are retired.
That just leaves more for us.
Yeah.
5 ways instead of 7.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I'm happy. I got one question, man.
Yes, sir.
On this thing, Jim, you got different numbers for, actual use. One $1,800. Why did it go over the budget?
Yeah, that's Ward 4. That would just be additional travel to different events that the city has been involved in. That's expenses for travel to different events that the city's been involved in.
So that ain't Ward 4. He traveled a lot more.
Yes.
Where is that at?
You know, remember, y'all have to vote to approve expenses for each trip. Yeah. Yeah. Down, in Biloxi. Is there anything else about legislative? Okay, judicial, I believe Ms. Tara was okay with that, wasn't she?
She was, and she was unable to be here tonight. Obviously, the 2,100 takes hers up in several different areas and also, takes up the insurance and the medical. Medical insurance is going up, but, hers is really going to run about the same this next year just because of the staffing that she has on board there. And again, the way our liability company is splitting things up this year, they did pay a lot more in workman's comp, but this next year, even though our workman's comp total went up, they're splitting it up differently, and that was the easiest way to put it in there, the actuals that they sent us. So.
Now, I should have said this at the very first. This budget reflects no millage increase. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want our citizens to know that, and the board members know it. There's not any millage increase in here. If you get a tax bill at the end of the year, at Christmas time, when the county sends it out, and yours is higher, that means you got an assessed value from the tax assessor, but the millage is the same, not going up at all. Unless the board decides. Anything else about judicial? Okay, next page, Mr. Jim.
Yes,
Financial administration. I see that's adding a guy in IT.
Yes, we did add Jonathan this year, and that was not reflected in the 23 budget when it was adopted. So, along with that and the 2,100, no additional staff as of right now. Those are the numbers that it goes up to, and the different line items affected by the salary. Anytime salary goes up, everything else goes up, reflected to that.
Anybody have any questions about that page or comments?
Planning, and after I share this, I did share with the department heads that they would have, okay.
I'm sorry, I wanted to go back. You had a new line item on the bottom of there for $32,000 for a vehicle.
Yes, sorry. Each department does have that GL number. I was sharing earlier that I did have that in there. In discussing, we don't know the state contract pricing yet, but what they're anticipating, a vehicle that we would be able to bring into the finance department, which will also be used by the mayor and others, it'll probably be closer to 38,000 is what we're looking at. And the reason we're looking at that, we wanted to do this last year, but unable to, and now we have 2 IT staff. As was mentioned, if we bring another vehicle into our department, which would be utilized when the city administrative staff travels to different events and the mayor travels, that Explorer would go down to the IT department, and Daniel would be able to utilize that to where we could potentially roll what they are using, one of the old fire vehicles, that could potentially roll over to animal control or another department that is in need. Animal control is in need of some additional vehicles and additional trucks. And you also approved 2 trucks for public works. And talking to Stephen, when we were looking at that, they could potentially roll one of their trucks down to animal control also. And as we get fully staffed in animal control, we could potentially have another vehicle with the cages mounted on the back as an additional vehicle to go out. Mr. Glenn can speak to this when we get to his department. They have had need for an additional vehicle since he's come on board there. If they get more than 2 calls, they're out of luck in getting out to the public. So we're limited. And those vehicles were, I think those trucks are also the trucks that we bought in 2008, 2009. So they are getting close to their end of life. So when you see vehicles like this, we've always kind of rolled vehicles down to other departments that needed it. We've done that numerous times with Drew at the Parks Department. We've rolled, when we bought those Dodge 1500s, we bought about 6 of them back when Mr. Gary was here. We were able to roll at least 1, maybe 2 trucks down to Parks. So when we bring in a new vehicle, it's really for an internal purpose to roll vehicles down to other departments. We have even rolled when we bought planning trucks, Charles, as our building inspector, we bought him a new truck. He was driving a little Ford Ranger that I think is a 2005 or 2008. It went to the utility department, and one of the meter readers is still driving that vehicle. So there is a purpose for some of these vehicles that we have in this year's budget.
Thank you.
Alderman Bledsoe.
On that, truck, you said the mayor gets to use a car or whatever, when he goes on trips. Is that one that Alderman used to if the mayor's not going, or what are they gonna do when we got the truck, if we're gone to somewhere?
Yes, and all the departments are great. You know, when we've gone to MML, we've used the Explorer, we've used planning trucks. We've even used the new code enforcement, the Dodge Maverick truck. So every department is vehicle friendly and helps out when we do go to conferences, because it is cheaper for us to use our own vehicles than to actually pay mileage reimbursement. It is cheaper for the city and the taxpayers if we use our own vehicles. So when vehicles are available, we try to utilize those. And I know that last MML, I think Alderman Dupree drove the planning truck, which actually saved the city quite a bit of money. But planning, you'll
I think
see.
Alderman Dupree, did you have a question?
Yeah, I asked to take a police car or fire department truck, but I was declined.
But you wanted a car with the blue lights on it, I think.
Oh, I wanted a slick top.
Any more questions about that? Are y'all ready to go to planning? All right, roll, please, Mr. Jim.
All right, planning
No, not roll tide.
does take into effect our current positions that we have, and the changes that have been adopted this year. It does still have the code enforcement officers and the 2 open positions that we have there, and the 2,100 increase. We do have in this department, we have 2 staff that just recently got an increase, and that 2,100 was not put in until their anniversary. So we had some staff that just last board meeting got an increase. That 2,100 is not in place for them to get another increase also. We usually look at the anniversary date before we roll that 2,100 into effect. So those numbers do have gone up. We have increased. You can see the let's see, not highlighted, but we kept the professional services at 84,000. Depending on where the Camino comes out of, you know, if we do put that, since it's mainly for planning, if that is put into this budget, that would have to increase more than 84,000 if the Camino software comes out of there, because that was 89,000 for those 3 years, but the first year would be 56,000 for the initial, and 16,000 for the first year. So the implementation was 56,000. So we're still looking at an additional close to 70,000 for that first year for Camino software. So that line item could change. Didn't any questions? And each department head they do want to speak regarding their budget.
You would thought we were going to do that when we came to the public hearing.
Now, typically, in the public hearing, I go over the summary budget, and then it's open to the public. The
Okay.
workshop is usually when we've let the department
All
heads.
right, well, we'll just go back then. We don't have to worry about executive, judicial, and legislative. How about the planning department? You have anything to say? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. Yeah, the professional services, that was bumped up for the fiscal year that we're in, because that was something that was basically, we were on fumes at the end of the last budget on that. And some of that is paid for based upon how many violators that the city has due to stormwater issues. And the reason I state that is that if, based upon the MS4 permit from the state by MDEQ, if it's a large project, meaning if it's 5 acres of disturbance or more, if they're not in compliance, then Neil Schaefer goes out and then they do their due diligence, take their pictures, write the enforcement letter, but we incur the cost for that. So it really behooves us if the developers are actually abiding by the city's stormwater regulations. So that's where some of that professional services comes into play there. And then on the second comment I wanted to make is on the fuel and oil. That was another item that basically I think in the last budget we were over budget, and then we were bringing in the new vehicles that were actually purchased when the Mavericks were in the police department when code came over back on October the 1st. And if you remember back from a year ago, fuel prices were much higher, and they've dropped for the most part for the last 9-10 months or whatever. And then the Mavericks have done really well on fuel consumption, and then due to our inability to get that 5th code enforcement, that one of the vehicles is set actually quite a bit of time. So that's why there's a disparity. We have some extra budget in that particular line item. I just wanted to explain that. That was it. Thank you.
But you're satisfied with the proposed budget?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Mayor, I don't know if before we get into the larger budgets, if we should vote to extend the meeting.
Oh, we have a motion? Motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second? Second, Alderman Bledsoe. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein. Aye. Alderman Bledsoe. Aye. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Okay. Next one is the police, I believe, isn't it, sir?
Yes. The police, you'll see the numbers and those increases based on the staff and the open positions, and also again the 2,100. Hopefully after these meetings, all the staff will do second, third, fourth set of eyes on all of these and make sure that we're still looking at the same spreadsheets. I do want to say thank you to Miss AJ, she did a lot of the employee spreadsheets that we were looking off of, and we made changes to those and adjustment to those as we got numbers in, and tried to get in the larger departments, tried to include all the current staff. When you're looking at 70 plus in police department and 50, 60 plus in the fire department, it's several pages long, the employee spreadsheets, but those top highlighted are all based on the staffing and the 2100. The change we made down at the bottom, Chief Nicky was willing to lower that number that was in there originally, and trying to work with local vendors to get some vehicles ordered this year that would suffice their vehicle needs for this next year that larger amount did represent. So they we're working hard to get those taken care of. But I will say if we cannot get those lined up, that figure could jump back up. But we had a meeting with Landers today and are looking at trying to get some numbers together for the board to approve vehicles. And I do appreciate the board approving the 2 trucks that were added. And I will take this time to comment at I know there's some ruffled feathers about adding things when we get things in at the last minute. We just got numbers on the vehicles today. That is going to help out our budget for '24 because we're getting those vehicles ordered. Actually, they're already on the lot. The Public Works could actually pick them up tomorrow. And also the Mr. Womble Engineering, that is something that came in Thursday, and we've been waiting on that because that's kind of slowing down the animal shelter. We've got to get the engineering done first before we can keep moving forward. And I know Alderman Geis, if he was here, he continually asks, where do we stand on the animal shelter? And I appreciate you approving that so we can move forward because there's 3 weeks between board meetings. And I will turn this over to Chief Nicky.
Sure. We recognize you, Chief Pullen.
Yes, sir, Mayor. So I wanted to hit on where you see additions in my budget in the uniforms, travel and training, and also in machinery and equipment, just slight increases. So when I took office, one of my top priorities was then and still is hiring, recruiting, and retention. So in order to do that, I do have the 10 open positions right now that we're working towards getting filled. Actually, I have 8 people who I'm 3 certified, 5 uncertified, who I do plan, they're already in the hiring process. So we do plan to get all of those positions filled, definitely. And then the surplus in my budget, another big project that I wanted to take on when I took office was body cameras. So I've been in touch with Daniel about how much that's going to cost me, and honestly, it's going to be such a huge undertaking that there was no way I could get it done in these 3 months. Chief Rowell was extremely frugal for me and set me up very comfortably, but I will have, at some point, I do want to go down the road of body cameras. We're just at a point that we just can't avoid them any longer. That protects the officer, the department, and the city itself. When I take a complaint, one of the first things I hear is, do we have body camera footage? So that is a road that I plan to go down at some point. Obviously, I'll figure out where it's going to come from, but the excess, the surplus, I guess, that's in my budget, I do have plans for it, along with the hiring and the cutting the 250,000 out of our vehicles, like Mr. Jim said, we're able to do that, so with what's left over. So,
We thank you for working with us on the vehicles. That really helped balance the budget. You're very generous in that, Chief, and we certainly appreciate it. Did you have anything else, Chief?
no, sir, I didn't.
Ma'am?
No, sir, I do not.
Alderman Dupree?
Chief, I've asked the prior administrator for 2 years about those body cameras. And I'm so glad that you're going to take the lead on that. Because body cameras can save this city millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits down the road. I've seen it happen. It's happened to me. Without my body camera, the county was going to be on a $10 million lawsuit. But my body camera proved me innocent. So it is a big investment, but it's a big reward as well. That's where I stand with it.
Anyone else have any, Alderman Bledsoe?
How many people you say you got, you're short?
We're short 10 right now, yes, sir.
14?
No, 10. 10. Yes, sir.
When you get old, you can't hear, you can't see. Those 10, when you take them and put them in your budget, that money should stay for personnel when you do hire, instead of we moving it around. That's kind of like a hole in, a rat hole over here full of money.
Right.
So we need to keep where it needs to stay with the people that we hire. And, other departments, some of them, other works, it goes through here pretty quick, because they used to be a big turnover. Our department don't have that many. Anybody else, anyway, instead of using that money for a cushion, use it for, go and get you 10 people.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know it's hard to get them now, but, you can't even get them to nothing anymore.
Yes, sir.
That's my thing about the people.
Anyone else have any questions for Chief Bullen?
Just one more.
All right.
One more thing, Mayor.
Sir?
One
Oh,
more.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I do want to thank you for that. I've heard for forever, oh, we got to find qualified officers, over and over and over. And these positions never got filled. Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor,
Alderman Young?
you might try down here at the pawn shops if they got any of those big video cameras. Might be cheap. I'm just offering a suggestion.
All right. Alderman Boston?
I just want to make sure you're good with everything we got right in front of us.
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal.
Anybody else? Okay, moving on.
Well,
Fire
and as
EMS.
As I mentioned, the vehicle line item, that's based on, hopefully if we can get those ordered this year. I mentioned that if for some reason something happens, that line item will go back up, because I've guaranteed Chief Poland that we would still be able to get those vehicles for the police department.
Alderman Bledsoe?
Is all these vehicles we're getting now from the state contract, are we going outside state contract?
Well, some of the ones, like the 2 trucks you approved today, we're on state contract for MDOT. MDOT ordered, there was probably 20 of these trucks up there, and then MDOT backed out and stuck Landers with all these vehicles. They did change about $500, but I mean, you can't buy a truck for $29,500. That was on state contract. What we're trying to do is work out state contract pricing. They should know in a couple weeks what that pricing is, and we're going to try to work with them on, yes, whatever vehicles we get, especially for the PPVs, the police department will be on state contract.
No, you're not required to. If you don't, you just got to have bids. And
The years that we didn't, and we have done that in the past, we've, Chief Whaley, we did a bid process, and they actually ended up getting them in Arkansas, I believe. Chief Linville's even done the same thing, and actually one of his trucks came from Arkansas. We bidded it out when we couldn't get them on state contract, and state contract pricing has changed so much over the years. The fire department, you'll see the increases here, and those are based off, actually the spreadsheet I got from Miss AJ, and I took into effect the open positions they have, similar to the police department, and the 6 ladder truck officers that they want to get for the ladder truck. In talking with Chief Linville, the way he's going to do it is man them with, unless I'm speaking wrong, with some of the folks that we already have, upper management, and bring in other fighters, those 6 other bodies in there. So this reflects their current staff, their openings, and the 6 ladder truck folks, and a $2,100 increase. You will see a substantial difference, and I'm not sure why our company that does our liability insurance and our workman's comp, you see a lot of fluctuation in everybody's in their departments. Unfortunately, the way they based the workman's comp for the fire department didn't fare well for them, because they went from $63,850 to almost $160,000, which jumped their budget up. And then the last highlighted item down there is $210,000 for the ambulance, going back to what Mr. Billy talked about, the $135,000 that we'll be getting with the county. That revenue, this will be the expense to actually get the full ambulance. And I will turn this over to Chief Linville.
Yes, Chief.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, we were planning to promote within the department 3 people for lieutenant and 3 for driver. So that would be some of the ones of staff that's been there moving to the truck, or preferably a senior lieutenant and a senior driver going to the truck. But that would also move those up and then bring in 6 additional firefighters. And then we have discussed possibly bringing them in 6 months, but I would like to come back and try to discuss some raises within the department more than 2,100, but I'm not prepared for that tonight, because this is my first time to see this total budget tonight. So I would like to at least be considered to do that, but work from these same, I can work with this budget that's before me tonight. And then the ambulance will be a little over, somewhere around 200,000. So that's kind of where we at on the ambulance. So you got 210, we had, and I can work with that, I'm sure. So we hadn't bidded out the ambulance. I just been told we're around 200,000 for one today. But the county did, I was told 137, but if they did do the contract with 135, I mean, I'm not sure that's right or wrong. I think Mr. Campbell's gonna check on that, and then, but like I said, with where we're at on this budget, as long as you understand, I'm probably bringing this staff in and promoting after the first of the year, starting in March, and then start filling those back positions after they get promoted up. But let me take this same money and work with it to give additional raises, because we are way behind other cities in their pay, because we have people leaving. They walk out of here, they're making $6,000-7,000 more. So I'm not going to get that much more, but I would like to get a little more comfortable of where we're at.
Anybody have any, Alderman Klein?
So, Chief, when do you think you'll want to come back and address this?
At the next meeting, or as soon as the budget, I just have to say once the budget's been adopted, or we can present it at the next meeting, so you could adopt it. But it would be the same numbers in the payroll. We wouldn't change nothing in the payroll numbers.
Alderman Bledsoe.
All right, on these people, you gonna promote a lieutenant and a driver 3 times, you got 3 of them, that's 6, right? What about your private? Ain't you gonna need 6 more privates?
Yeah, that's adding 6 more privates as they get promoted. In the red line, he's adding 6 more firefighters.
Yeah, I know, but I thought when you promote and then you go get 6 more, you'll get 6 more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I only get,
I'm trying.
I only get 6 privates if I promote 6 privates up.
Okay.
They would just come in, the open positions are really gonna be for the driver and the lieutenant. And then when those people move, their line item pays the same.
You gonna ride with 2 people on the truck or?
3.
3.
3.
And that's mandatory? And the
Currently,
insurance rate might go down?
we should get our insurance rating. Currently, right now, when we have the manpower, and today was one of those days, we had 1 guy on the truck, but I already have 1 guy assigned to the truck, but we don't have them there all the time. But, you know, it's gotta come up from that. We gotta get 3 on there.
That's good, but you need to hire these men pretty quick,
Yeah.
move them up or whatever.
Yeah.
So you can get to the rating bureau and tell them, come down and look us, and that's gonna benefit the whole city.
Well, the new ladder truck is supposed to be here this week or first of next week, and then it's probably gonna take, we've got a couple of months of training on that truck before I just put it in service. And then there's, getting the equipment and all the other stuff they gotta do to it. So we should have the truck by the end of the month, roughly in service or available to start training on it, so.
It does have a bell.
It does have a bell,
Yeah, I seen it on Facebook.
but
That's all I got, Mayor.
Anybody else? Okay, next page. Thank you, Chief Limble.
Well, I will mention, the board needs to keep this in mind, that our next board meeting, which is in 3 weeks, we're scheduled to adopt the budget. If we're still looking at making changes, I mean, and Mr. Billy can speak to this, we probably need to recess and come back for another workshop, because we won't have another time to really discuss before we adopt the budget on September 5th. But we can discuss that at the end. Street Department, again, reflects the increases for current staff. One reason why you see not as much increase in the salary and wages, the spreadsheets that I got from Ms. AJ, and Stephen could probably speak to this more. I think some of the staff that had been on the street department were actually working in the utility and public works, and those got moved over there. So when we get down to utilities, you'll see a bigger increase in those salaries because we had more staff over there. But this reflects the 2,100 increase. I will say thank you to Mr. Stephen. And in order to make this a balanced budget, we had to find funding from different places, and talking to the staff. Chief Poland had worked with me on potentially dropping that vehicle line item and trying to get that ordered in this year. Mr. Stephen had $200,000 on the vehicle line for some equipment he was wanting, and he's willing to give it up totally for 2024. So we took $200,000 out of the street budget. And I can turn this over to Mr. Stephen.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I'm good with the budget. I do, I'm still like 10 people shy in that department. So I got, quite a bit of money in that, wage and salaries line there, that is, just holding, so, you know, and then we're trying to get the grass contract back going again, and so we can probably use some of that money from that line item to pay for that to be done. But anybody's got any questions?
Anybody got any questions? All right. Alderman Bledsoe.
On your grass cutting, how y'all doing on it?
I've met with 3 different contractors, and we've got a little package that we're putting together, and hopefully have something maybe here for the next board meeting.
We kinda hit and miss in some places.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyone else? Okay, animal control, Mr. Jim.
All right. As you'll see, you know, the red, we have this year added Mr. Glenn, and he's been a great asset down there the very short time he's been there. So this does reflect his full salary. It also reflects, you know, the board voted to for Miss Kelly to remain at the same rate that she was at as when she was acting as interim. And those, you'll see the workman's comp, like I mentioned earlier, last year, the breakdown, they had 8,700, it's only 1,750 this year. And down at the bottom, there is a vehicle plan for them. You know, when that has been in there, and then these vehicles came up with at Landers for us to go ahead and get in place. You know, as we assess our full vehicle needs, you know, that could go away, or we still could look at a vehicle. We really need to have Stephen and the folks down there at the shop assess those vehicles. I know one truck has had, before Mr. Glenn got there, has had some issues and was in the shop. I just hate for those 2 trucks that we have to be in the shop a lot. So we want to stay ahead of the game on those. A lot of departments have gotten vehicles, you all know, because you've approved many vehicles over the past 3 years. Animal Control has not had a vehicle purchased for them since probably 2009 or 10. So they've been operating with those same vehicles for 10 to 12 years. So that is in there. Regardless of how we do it, we do need to get them some type of additional vehicle down there. I will turn that over to Mr. Glenn.
Mr. Glenn, it's your turn, sir. Good evening. Yes, sir. Do you have anything to address the board with, Mr. Glenn? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir.
Had a radical thought of perhaps adding a general donations line to animal control and medical donations. From what I've gathered, there have been no vendors that are currently supplying us with vaccines or any of the wellness items for the animals that we have at the shelter. So I'm not really sure how that is fitting in here unless it's going to be under professional services. I also would like to make sure that we are aware, you know, that we probably should be microchipping all of our animals before they leave. And that is a service that I'm sure has not been accounted for when we put this budget together. So basically, I just really think that it would really be helpful for us if we were able to add a medical donations line. And that way, if people donated, it could go directly to any medical supplies that we would need for our herd. Thank you.
Is that possible, Mr. Jim?
2 answers, no and yes. It cannot be reflected in the expense budget. A revenue or donation, one, has to come before the board and you accept it. We've gotten numerous over the years Miss Stephanie down there at the insurance company has given $500 several times to Chief Linville, and that comes on to the agenda, and you guys approve any donations. Typically, those donations go into those 2 pages that we first started out with, our revenue line items. And if you notice the miscellaneous revenue, if you did a report on miscellaneous revenue, you'd see multiple descriptions of what revenue has come in. Like the donation from Miss Stephanie would show in there, but the miscellaneous revenue on page 2, you know, year to date is $250,000. We're budgeting $260,000 next year, so things like that. I mean, if we created line items for every single thing that came in, this report would be about 50 pages. But we can run reports on each line item and give description, but usually that's where donations hit in the miscellaneous revenue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Glenn, does that answer your question, sir?
Well, I'm sorry, it really doesn't. I wonder how many, Stephanie's donation that went to the general funds, how would we know if those donations were actually intended for the animal shelter if they're going to general funds? That's my only concern. I just really feel like, again, there are a lot of services that we could be offering that would make our job not only easier, but in the long run, it would save us money. For example, if we had a real good system going on at the animal shelter where we microchipped animals, I could see us returning more animals home without utilizing the space, without feeding them, without using staff time and hours, and just kind of reducing things in a systematic way. So I wonder if Stephanie donated $500 to the city of Horn Lake, but it was intended for the animal shelter, how would we know?
It's reflected on the agenda, and it's stated by the donor, and I mean, I just use that as an example because I knew it was given to the fire department, and if you'll remember your agenda, it stated donation to the fire department.
Alderman Bostic.
And just out of curiosity, what does it cost to microchip a dog?
For a personal microchipping, you can pay anywhere from $25 to $50. But for this same $25, I can get a dog to not utilize $16 an hour from our staff, or $5 in gas, or for a gallon of gas, or even a portion of the dog food that we're purchasing, or even a vaccine. We could avoid all of that by just microchipping a dog. I mean, it won't work for every animal, but even if it's just 5 of them that we can get home and cut the visit to the animal shelter, we start saving money that way by not letting the animals actually reach our doors and staying in their homes.
So that would be with an agreement with the owner to do. That's not just unless you just had a stray and you still got to have the owner's information before you can put a chip in them, correct?
That's correct, Alderman Bostic. But I'm really referring to the animals that we're adopting out. Once we adopt them out, they can go anywhere, and we would never know it's the same pet. But a microchip would allow us to know, because again, if a pet gets free, we don't have the owner there to say, well, I adopted that dog from you a year ago. But a microchip that would be carried by our officers in their vehicles can identify that that is a dog that was adopted from us a year ago, and that would completely circumvent their stay with us.
Would that be too expensive to put that cost in the adoption fees?
I don't think so. I think that we could probably offset some of it with adoption fees, but I do feel like a lot of donations would probably help more. Just a passive income to take care of it would take care of one box of microchips, would allow us to microchip 100 dogs.
So we need to have a microchip dog day over there at the animal shelter then.
There you go. That's what I'm heading towards. Hopefully we can get there.
Got it. I'm sure we can work that out. Good job.
And
Alderman Dupree.
So we talked earlier about rolling over vehicles. If the planning department or public works or whatever, those vehicles are already on their line item, why don't we take off this 29,000 if they're already gonna get a vehicle and take that money and do what he wants to do?
Well, we don't know that yet. We don't know what vehicles we're going to end up with as of this point.
He's got a great plan. We just need to help him out.
Yeah, and we have microchipped numerous pets, and it has been when they're adopted and that person wants a microchipped, you'll see the payment from the adoption to offset the microchipping. I mean, if we microchip all of our animals before adoption, we will have to raise that professional services up quite a bit. But in years past, we have microchipped, and the adopted parents or family, they pay for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just seems like common sense to me. If we're already gonna give him money, I mean, a vehicle, possibly. More than likely, they're gonna get their vehicles, roll it over to Mr. Glenn, take that money, and implement his plan.
Anyone else? Who's that, Alderman Bledsoe?
Do you not do cats?
Yes, Alderman Bledsoe, we do microchip cats as well.
I don't want to be left out.
Yeah, we would do cats and dogs equally.
You know, it's not just a static number down there. You've got dogs coming and going all the time. I was down there the other day and they had over 100 dogs. Well, they'll get some of those out, hopefully, and they're working hard to do it. And then as soon as they get down to about 80, they're back up to 100. So you've got dogs constantly coming in all year long. It can mount up. I mean, I'm all for microchipping, but it's going to be an expensive endeavor. It's not a one-time shot. Anybody else have any questions about animal control?
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Right now, I don't have any real raw data because there was nothing to look back on. But it does raise the question, I wonder how many of those animals have come through our doors twice and we didn't know. And I know that we would have that data if we were microchipping and we had something to identify them besides just being fixed. So when we get a dog that's
software, that ought to help too, shouldn't it?
the software will help us to identify marked physical traits, but a Dalmatian looks like a Dalmatian.
Oh, yeah.
So if we got 3 of them over a course of a year, there would be no way to tell which ones are which, or if we've seen one before.
But like a normal dog, besides a Dalmatian, I was amazed when you told me that they're born deaf. Couldn't you just take a picture of it and stick it in this new computer software?
Yes, sir. I mean, that's going to be a great help as far as identifying each individual animal as they come in. However, again, you will find that black and white dogs from the same breed look like the other black and white dogs. In my experience, you have people who lose their cats, and even when they come in, they're not sure if we have their cat because their cat's all black.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Alderman Bledsoe?
You ever tried tattooing? We got some tattoo parlors here.
That's a great idea, and we actually do clip ears for cats who are outside cats, but tattoos are usually done at the incision mark where the pets are spayed and neutered.
Awesome. All right, any more questions? It's already 10 o'clock. We got a lot to go. All right, next page, what is that, Parks?
Yes, Parks also reflects 2,100 increase, and you know, they had some light items that went down. longevity, you'll see that dropped, actually because of staff that had been with us for a while was on longevity. And again, the workman's comp, the way the company split that, it also was almost cut in half. Continuing with parks, Mr. Drew was very generous in holding his expenses down and even cutting back on some of the expenses that line items that he had this past year. So there's not much of an increase, about $9,000. And then you got the tournament, park tournament. I'll turn that over to Mr. Drew.
All right, Mr. Drew.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. I am currently satisfied with the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. I do want to remind the Board and Mayor that we do need some capital projects to keep up with the surrounding cities. We need turf baseball fields and possibly a basketball gym or recreational center, but those are too much for my budget. But I just want to remind the Board that Senatobia is just now getting turf fields. South Haven has it. In order to compete in the tournament zone or in the softball market, we need to try to renovate and get these fields in. We have made great strides over at Latimer. I thank the Board and thank Mayor for the contributions towards that. We got the seal coat has been finished. They're about to start the main drive at Latimer. The paving and overlay. We're getting a new playground in September, early October. The LED signs coming in. We fixed the drainage issues, and so on and so forth. So we've made a lot of strides this year. We've got the fitness court has been built. Public Works has put up the City of Horn Lake signs. It looks really nice over there at Latimer. And the other surrounding parks, we continue to make improvements there as well. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Bostic.
Did you already put a packet together for us on what the cost of turfing those fields were? Or were you just guessing on that when you gave us a price?
I don't have any direct, I'm hearing different things like $3 million to possibly $1.8 million for 9 fields.
Can you get us a proposal for that this upcoming year and possibly the next year so we can start figuring out what we can do to start being competitive with the rest of the surrounding area?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Alderman Bledsoe.
Drew, how many tournaments did you have this year?
From the park staff, we did not have any, but we did contract out. We had several come in from overflow from South Haven. I believe it was 4, and then we had a couple tournaments from UACS Sports that came in, but those were contracted out, so we just did field rentals on those.
Okay. Do you know about what you might have made on total off your top of your head?
No, sir, I don't know.
Okay. When you want to do these fields, do you want to do like the lower, which ones do you get more people in the tournament, the upper fields or the lower fields? And maybe we can do them pretty quick.
Well, I think if we did the lower fields first, the 4 smaller ones, and then maybe field 5 and 4, we could possibly capture some of the softball, the girls' fast-pitch softball market. They always are looking for places to play, and if we had it here at Latimer, I'm pretty sure the tournaments would explode over here.
Okay. Then we got that big field over there that was put there for girls' softball, period, that we hadn't built yet. So be considering building that.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, park tournaments. Got any comments on that, Mr. Drew?
No, sir, not on park tournaments.
All right, anybody got any questions on that? Okay, Mr. Jim, admin, this is yours.
All right. Yeah, you'll see some of the changes that took place in the admin. Professional services, being one, and machinery and equipment. And this is based on some of the things that Mr. Daniel is putting together. Some of the things have to do with the renovation of City Hall and upgrading some of our issues. We put some of these numbers together before we got back. That the Homeland Security grant from PD got approved. Mr. Daniel was getting pricing on cameras, door access, and a lot of other upgrades for City Hall once we get renovated. You know, some of that was for the things discussed tonight. But I will say that, you know, if some of the new software with Camino and Oracle, it would put a strain on that, because right now in our professional services year to date we're at 292,651, so it is higher than that 263,981. So we're about 300,000. We add some of these other contracts. If they do not come out of planning and drop into here, it may be tight on that. We are looking at not only upgrades for IT equipment here, but also parks, public works, really bringing the city up to a better scale with safety, with cameras at all locations, to where we can monitor every area from public works to animal control and parks, which would even have, you know, gate access, not just door access here, but gate access at public works and parks, and bring us up to high tech in those areas. So those two line items did jump up. The insurance, we did get, our insurance premium would go up. It's not highlighted, but it'll go up to $520,000. You'll see the sanitation contract expense jumps, you know, almost $800,000 there from the $1,070,000 that we had on the budget this past year. It's almost $2 million this next year. The highlighted $90,000 for DeSoto County Fund, the SRO. I originally had that at 0, but they're asking for $90,000 there. And then these other items on down here are projects. Mr. Vince isn't here, but we have several in NRCS, EWP projects slated for next year, which come to $390,000. Our municipal street fund is our paving projects that are going on, and that's $1.8 million this next year. You know, we've been working on over $2 million this year in the phases that we have going right now. We still have plans to continue with the Nail Road Pepper Chase extension, and then the MPO project with the Horn Lake sidewalk project that goes from behind Kroger down to all the subdivisions, putting in a sidewalk in down Horn Lake Road. And that's like an 80-20 split, but we will have, you know, expenses on that also. But did want to explain some of that, and didn't know if you had any questions on those.
Anyone? Alderman Klein?
On the sanitation, that $1,940,000, will that not be passed on to the consumer?
Yes.
Anyone else? Alderman Bledsoe?
Hey, Jim, on this animal, you don't have anything down on animal. They ain't spent nothing or done nothing?
Correct. I don't, because we haven't initiated that bond yet, or that project completely. I mean, we will have some expenses in there, but hopefully they will be covered by the bond. I mean, once that project gets going, and the bond for City Hall and that $9 million that you all approved, that will be taken care of in there. I had that in there last year because, we did have some expenses that were hitting from Shelter Planners of America.
Anyone else? All right.
The total operating budget will go from $24,770,200 to $28,162,537. That's pretty much our operating budget that our departments work out of. Then also, you received in there, I always break down our millage that goes to the library. 1 mil goes to the library, and you can see the corresponding expenses that equal the 1 mil that goes to the library. The library staff did come before you, and you can see that $140,250 is what they proposed this year, and that is covered by that 1 mil. And we do take care of utilities, the professional services. We take care of the maintenance of the facility down there, and we have had a request from Supervisor Caldwell to kind of talk further as the library ages. There may be some capital projects that exceed past that professional services, and she does want to meet with the mayor and myself and talk about how we want to work that out. So that library is getting old, but as you heard from the library staff, they provide more services out of that library than probably every library in DeSoto County. So the next item there is the hotel motel tax or economic.
Excuse me just a moment.
Yes.
I got to ask Ms. Johnson, Alderman Johnson, something. What is the national organization? Library of America or American Library Association, or what is it?
Mayor, there are several organizations. I'm not sure which one we're pinpointing. There are several.
I know I've been reading in that several states have pulled out of it because the lady who was selected as a leader is an avowed Marxist. And the states are pulling out of that association, not giving money to that association. I could not remember the name of it. I'd never heard of it before. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jim.
Yes, sir.
Hotel motel.
Yes, year to date, we're actually over the 355. I just kept it at 355. That will actually go up, especially as if any other hotels come online over the next year and start assessing that $2 per night. Before long, that'll be at 400 plus for the economic development. And then you can see the associated expenses. We expense that to be zero and no expense to any taxpayers for the things that we utilize that fund for. I did want to make sure I made a comment to that because we have had a comment out on Facebook or somewhere commenting on our banners, which were mentioned earlier by Mr. Drew, the banners in the park and all down Goodman. We had somebody comment on Facebook that they were disappointed that we use taxpayer dollars for something like that, and I just want everybody to know that those type of things that promote the city do not cost taxpayers dollars. We do not utilize that for those things. It comes out of this line item that helps promote and benefit the city. Our next section is our debt fund. You'll see last year's debt was $1,828,000. We have a lot more debt than that, but that's our debt payments per year. and we had another, you'll see there, the 2018 refunding of City Hall. We made our last payment on that this year, and that rolls off. So we get one City Hall debt paid, and we start another one for this renovation. But that 415, we made that last payment a few months ago. So our debt, as of right now, goes down to $1,412,000. But again, we're probably going to add, once we start paying on this $9 million bond, it's probably going to go up another $700,000. So we're going to be at over $2 million next year's budget. So just big picture. A lot of people look at maybe their department or one thing, but big picture is a lot of things affect our budget each year, and we're going to go back up to over $2 million in debt payments next year. Any question on any of those?
Anybody got any questions? Okay, next page, please, sir.
Yes, utility department. We have a lot of highlighted areas here. Every year, we have a standing resolution of increasing 3%. So we will see increase in water and sewer revenue. The green line item, in meeting with Mr. Vince, all the ARPA funds that have come in that we received over the years, a lot of cities received those. Some of them have spent them. If you remember, the mayor has mentioned that Lieutenant Governor Hoseman had recommended that everybody hang on to it and see how everything shakes out, see if you can get a matching grant with that. And through Vince's help, it looks like we're going to have a matching grant of a little over $3 million for some of our projects.
Thanks, Mr. Vance.
I thought you left. Okay.
We all laugh at you while it goes again.
Okay, sorry. I can't see over all this, so I apologize. Okay, that threw me off. But in meeting with Mr. Vince, you'll see the projects down here at the bottom, but we're looking at, with our ARPA funds, we are required by the way that was set up to designate any projects for the ARPA funds by 2024, and all funds have to be spent by 2026. And Mr. Vince may speak to this. He thinks that's going to change because there are going to be so many projects across the state that are going to be designated in 2024, and then not enough construction workers and engineers and project people to actually make those projects happen within 2 years or a year and a half. So he thinks they may extend that timeline, but we're going by what was set in the original ARPA agreements, that we have to designate our projects by 2024. So this is a line item I'm going to have to get back in our budget. It is money that, if you look at your bank statement that you get in your board packet each year, you'll see the ARPA fund bank account has like $6.7 million in it. Obviously, you all agreed to help fund the Horn Lake Interceptor Sewer, and $3 million of that goes to them. We will have 3.7 to utilize, and then whatever matching funds that come in through the submittals that Mr. Vince had submitted for the city. So wanted to explain that. That's why when we get down to the bottom and you see the city's total budget of $40 million, it is a little elevated because we're bringing back in these funds to utilize. We have to show them in revenue to be able to expend them out down here at the bottom. So We did change from the previous meeting, the tap fees and the surplus property. Those had a different amount in what you all had. That's our revenue section for utilities. And then we get into the expenses. I didn't know if anybody had any revenue questions for utilities. No. The expense, obviously, the staffing for utilities and public works falls right here. We do have increase because that does reflect the staff that are over there in utilities and public works, and the 2,100 allotted for them, and then the increases for PERS and all the other benefits. We did bump up professional services back up to that original sheet you had a lower number. We did bump that back up, and you can see we're already close to 300,000 year to date in professional services for there. That has a lot of different contracts that we utilize out of that fund. We do have a 400,000 in there for vehicle. We have a vehicle that you are all approved already, and that is in there right now, and it really doesn't affect our operating departmental budgets because utilities is standalone. But that is in there in case something happens. This truck that Stephen has ordered, we've had delays and issues, and I just want to make sure we have the funds in there next year to pay for that. It's actually $401,000 for this truck that's already ordered, and there is a possibility we might not even be able to fund that in this year, 23. So that's kind of a carryover. We have had a huge fluctuation in Horn Lake Interceptor sewer expenses and sewer maintenance expenses, and we wanted to make sure there was plenty of funds in there. Obviously, Horn Lake Interceptor sewer, we contract a lot, and their expenses are going up, mainly with the lawsuit with Memphis. Which trickles down to us and trickles down to our customers. We have had to raise the sewer rates because City of Memphis raised those on Horn Lake Interceptor sewer, and in turn, everybody else had to increase their rates. So we are trying to make sure we have enough funds utilized in there. They're not highlighted, but you'll see quite a few different projects here. The lift station rebuilds, we have 180,000 in that. Twin Lakes improvement, phase 3. Water improvement, that's the filtration system. Last year we budgeted 150. You can see we've spent 136, and I wanted to make sure there was enough in there to finish that project. That is over $1 million project. I think $1.7 million. Okay. The infiltration inflow, that is a project that we are going to. We've always been talking about and trying to get going, and we want to implement that in full force. And so we've got over 800,000 in there. The highlighted green areas are the projects that we are designated with these ARPA funds. So these projects down here are the projects that Mr. Vince has submitted. And hopefully I didn't leave any out, Mr. Vince. You can double check. But we got the Holly Springs water plant upgrade, the Meadowbrook water plant upgrade, Hurt Road water plant upgrade, and the line replacement, municipal water line replacement. And a lot of the lines in DeSoto Village and Twin Lakes are past their age, and we've got to start looking at projects that replace our infrastructure. And that's what the ARPA funds were for infrastructure, and now we're going to be putting these back in to better our citizens' lives, hopefully with their water and their sewer. We're to the point with some of our water treatment plants and some of our lift stations that at any day we could have a major problem if we don't start putting money back into those. I mean, you just look on the news that Germantown had a diesel leak into their water and things like that. We want to make sure do not happen with an aging infrastructure. So those are finally utilizing these ARPA funds that are listed up above. And you'll see the total city operating fund with the general fund and the departments and the utility department is $40,721,037, or $37.00.
Thank you, sir. Anyone have any questions?
Mr. Jim,
Yes, sir.
where's Holly Springs?
Holly Hills, sorry. Did I say Holly Springs? It's in
Alderman Klein.
Arkansas.
Your total amount, that's based on the 100% of that cost, but if we get ARPA matching funds, it'd be, out of our pocket, be half that amount?
Yes, some of these projects, the green are new projects, and we have the Twin Lakes water improvement phase, that $980,000. We've actually submitted that to Mr. Vince and I were talking about that. I don't know that we'll get that approved, but that is, we're hoping to use that with ARPA funds. I know it's not highlighted because that's not a new line item that I'm going to have to add to the budget. So the Twin Lakes, we're trying to utilize ARPA funds, and I believe the infiltration inflow, yes, the $825 and $400 we're designating those as all ARPA fund projects.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Okay. Moving along.
Yes.
You have
Now-
something, Mr. Jim?
Yes, and now, well, I don't know if the board needs to move on past that to letter E, sorry.
Yeah, letter E. Letter E is a public hearing on the proposed budget and tax levy for the coming fiscal year. It's now declared open. Anyone in the public have any remarks to make?
You want me to just share quickly this?
All right, share it quickly, please, sir.
Okay. These are a summary budget, which basically reflects what you just saw. You can see the total operating revenue budget is that same as your sheet, $28,162,537. Then the summary budget for each department is basically broken down into personnel, supplies, and contract service. But they all, you can see the mayor, legislative, judicial, those totals in the far column reflect the totals that we just discussed in the line item. Finance, planning, police, and fire, you can see that last column all over there. Some of these do have a vehicle line. Most of them have personnel, supplies, and contract service. Some, like police, fire, and others, do have vehicle listed in there, but those totals will reflect those same totals that we just went through. As I mentioned, street department did have 200,000 there, and Mr. Steven, that's now zero on this summary budget. Parks tournament, and then admin, you can see those totals. And what we talked about with the ARPA funds, a lot of that is reflected in that capital outlay line item. You can see a big jump in there from $1.4 million to over $3 million. So the total operating budget, as was mentioned, and expenses come out to a balanced budget of $28,162,537. And the other sections that we went over with the library fund, the hotel motel fund, our debt that I had mentioned was going down this next year, but then it'd be going back up next year. And those are the bonds that you saw on that other page. And then utility is reflected here again in the breakdown. You can see that capital outlay expense mainly in that line that last year was $430,000. It's over $5 million for capital outlay in the utility department, and that's the apologize up here. I did not get that was ARPA funds, but that $4,868,000 is up there, and I'll have that ready for the next budget approval timeline. So again, it's $40,721,037.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jim. Anyone in the audience? Mr. Francis J. Miller, please, sir. Thank you.
Normally 3 minutes. How many minutes do I get?
2.
3?
But it's on a fast clock, so you might want to.
I can do it 2 if you want. Do I get 3?
You got 3.
Thank you, sir. Okay, my name is Francis J. Miller, 14-year voting resident, Ward 5 of Horn Lake. Anyone living in Horn Lake with 50 mil, if you move to Hernando, you'd save yourself $2,178,000 per year. If you move to Olive Branch, you'd save yourself $2,714,000 per year. If you follow my 4-year plan, the city will take in $10,856,000 more than they are at 50 mil. They'd be back down to 44 mil, still the highest in, and save the citizens $1,416,000 per year. For the 4-year is $5 million. You then would be 44 mil, still the high, and you would stop South Haven. They will never be able to take us over, and we have unlimited ability to go toward walls, and we'll have a minimum of 10 million more than the 50 mil, and our citizens will save over 5 million in that 4-year period, and I can prove it in writing, but not in 3 minutes. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Public hearing is now closed. Okay. Citizens' remarks. Mr. Francis, did you know?
I said all I want.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Winston, Mr. and Mrs. Chi, Mr. Freeman, XINYE. I don't know, could you pass that over to Mr. Jim, please? Thank you, sir. I think, I don't have anything further to add. Do any of the aldermen have anything further to add before we go into executive session? Department heads, do any of y'all wish to make any statements or ask any questions, or do you, Chief Pullen? Mr. Box? Chief Linville? No, sir. Mr. Malavasi? What did he say? What did he say? Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman, you have anything? No, sir. Mr. Andrew, you have anything? No, sir. Mr. Barr? No, sir. Mr. Robinson, you have anything?
Have I spoken any tonight? No, I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Billy, do you have anything, sir?
Mr. Mayor, I may have one item that may require some board action, and you and Mr. Robinson may know better than I, but due to the City Hall renovations, municipal court's been looking for a place to hold court. And they found the old Justice Court building in South Haven as a suitable spot, and yesterday the Board of Supervisors approved our use of that building. And I understand court's trying to maybe start moving stuff out, so is that correct, or are they still wanting to go pretty quick?
They are. I bought a pallet of boxes out there because they want to start packing things up and moving them over to that facility. How quickly it's going to take place really depends on not just moving physical files, but the man standing back there and our overstressed IT staff to actually build a hub for this whole process to take place. But yes, they are wanting to move quickly, and it actually, if it'll all take place, it would really help our renovation process, because we were trying to figure out how this huge room was going to get renovated in between and on the weekends, a very short window, and this would give us several months if Mr. Daniel has the capacity to do that, and it may reflect in our budget this year because he may be contracting some services out to try to, I mean, there's only 2 staff in the IDT department.
Mr. Mayor, since it's 3 weeks until our next board meeting, and the county will meet again on Monday, if the board would consider just approving an MOU with the county for the use of that building, assuming you and I, agree that the terms are reasonable. If they're not, we'll certainly bring it back to the board.
Do we have a motion?
I make that motion.
Motion by Alderman Bledsoe. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Klein. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Thank you, Mr. Campbell, for remembering to do that. We really want to thank the Board of Supervisors. That was a big decision. And Mr. Harr and Judge Murphy found out that the Justice Court was in that mile limit. And I don't know what we would have done if the county had not agreed to let us use that facility. All right. Anybody on the board have any questions for anybody, anything before we go into closed determination? Alderman Dupree.
Where are we going to meet?
Right here.
We'll have to. Pardon?
Here.
Here.
Everybody else will be dismissed.
Say again. Everybody else will be dismissed. We'll meet in here.
Well, I think he's talking about if
talking
court's
about
moving.
Justice Court's moving.
Well, by the mayor's conference room, which we have held board meetings before in the past, will be finished in 30 to 45 days. So when they move in here and start renovating in here, we will have this wing back open again. It'll be tight meeting in the mayor's conference room, but we've held numerous board meetings there.
Is there a motion for a closed determination? Motion by Alderman Bostic. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young. Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. If y'all will excuse us, please. Bostic. Second by Alderman Dupree. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
I make a motion to go into executive session to discuss item D, E, and O from the consent agenda.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Johnson. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young. Alderman Dupree. Going into
Close the
executive
term.
session.
Did you say nay? Okay. Good.
What's the motion?
To go into closed determination.
I thought we just went to close
No.
determination.
I mean,
Going into-
executive session.
Now we're going to executive.
Executive
We're
session.
out of that
Oh,
now.
executive session.
Yeah, we're ringing around the rosy here.
Okay,
Okay, so, Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all will excuse us just a moment, please. I'm going to stand up a minute.
Alderman Young. Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. All right, is there any motion to be made out of discussions in executive session? Alderman Boston.
Make a motion to approve items D and E from our consent agenda.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Any discussion? Roll call.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Bostic. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. If there is no more business before this honorable board, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn.
Mayor.
We have a motion by Alderman
Hold on.
Bostic. Do we have a second?
I know. Mayor, if we could hold that just for a second, I do think we need to take action on O from the consent agenda just to move to place that employee, number 590, on probation for a period of 3 weeks through September 5.
We have a motion?
Mayor, I motion that employee number 590 be on probation for the next 3 weeks until September 5th.
We have a motion by Alderman Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Nay.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. We have a motion by Alderman Bostic to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Mayor, I got
Alderman Bledsoe makes the second.
no, I got.
We're not recessing.
Recess and budget.
I think that was a question.
We just got through.
Yeah, we did a recess to the budget.
Yeah, if y'all think we need one, we can.
No, I mean, we did last meeting.
Sir?
We did last meeting. We recessed it.
I think we sort of talked about it, but we ended up not doing that. We just,
I think we might need because
Fire.
yeah. The other option is we don't recess tonight and we come back on September 5th and have that discussion, and we would probably have to recess that meeting until September 12th to adopt the budget. But if we recess this meeting to some, time between now and September 5, maybe we can iron those things out and adopt the budget on September 5 without a recess meeting to September 12th, if that makes sense.
6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other. What y'all want to do? We have a motion to adjourn. We have a second.
Second. Third.
So
The only thing I would say, if we don't, and then we recess on the 5th and want to meet on the 12th, we may be meeting somewhere else if they've already started tearing this room up. So.
Okay, now let's stop a minute and take care of the business we got. We got a motion, we got a second. Is there any discussion? The motion was to adjourn. All right, if there's no discussion, and if y'all want to have another meeting, we'll have to vote this motion down. So, Mr. Jim, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Alderman Young.
Nay.
Alderman Dupree.
Nay.
Alderman Johnson.
Nay.
Alderman Bostic. Alderman Klein. Alderman Bledsoe.
Motion fails. 6 opposed, 1 absent. Now, what is the wishes of the board?
Mayor, if we have a meeting the 22nd at 6 o'clock, is that all right with everybody?
Are you talking about to recess this meeting?
Recess this meeting.
Recess this meeting, come back to the 22nd at 6 o'clock?
Is that your motion, sir?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion to recess the meeting until August the 22nd at 6 o'clock. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis. Sorry, Alderman Bostic. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Let's go home. Thank y'all.
So do we not need a motion for that?